So good morning again. Hopefully you must have got a chance to look at the code we have seen yesterday. Hopefully you must have finished that Notes app. Did you get a chance to look at that Notes app? Did you try yourself? Did you try completing that application? Yes? Anyone tried that? Is there anyone who tried that or not yet? You didn't get a chance. Okay, there is no one. Hopefully I can hear. Okay, fine. So let us continue then. So probably today we have to see something called as something called as a React Native. Okay. So I'm at least hoping that you are already in the context of React. You hopefully know React. We already have seen many applications on the React and we have seen different features there. Can you at least confirm me whether you can recall the React part, at least that part at least? Yes. Can anyone at least recall that you can recall you can recall React? Hopefully. There's only one yes. Fine. So if it is a case, let's continue further because we have to start and kind of write a simple application to understand how React Native works. Okay. So before we start with the React Natives, I want to go back and quickly refer or quickly revise the stuff that we have discussed last time. So probably if you can recall, we said that when you are developing an application, so this is where we are going to develop a mobile application, for example. This is only for mobile now. We are not concerned about the other development platforms like Windows or Mac or Linux. So we are just going to talk about the Android development. So when you are talking about the Android development, there are three types of development possible. One is called as native app development. Second one is called as the web app development. And the third one that today we are going to start and finish, that is going to be the hybrid app. Actually, it's not a hybrid app as such, it's a native app, but we'll see what's the difference between these two. Now, when you are talking about a native app, from the Android perspective, the native app application or native application will be designed or will be developed by using a language specific to the Android, and that is either Java or you can say Kotlin. So depends again which one you want to go for. That's the platform here. The SDK you are going to use is the Android SDK. So this is going to be something like Android SDK that you already must have downloaded from Google, and you already have used that SDK to develop native applications so far. When we create a native application or when we build a native application, what we get at the end of it, that is nothing but the APK file. So this is the APK which is going to be used for further installing in the in the device, or you can further upload it to the Play Store there. So that is generally the native application. Now when we are talking about the web application, the language we use here is nothing but HTML, CSS, and pure JavaScript. It's not like we are going to use any SDK. It's like ultimately the target application, or maybe you can say there is no application as such. The target is nothing but mobile responsive. You can simply say responsive as well, but simply put, this is mobile responsive web development, or mobile specific, sorry, mobile responsive web application or website, whatever you can say there. So this is the end goal when we are developing a web application specifically for Android or specifically for mobile. Okay. Now let us understand what is the hybrid application. Again, we already have talked about that quickly last time, but we'll see this quickly one more time. So what is a hybrid application? A hybrid application is an application which is going to be, let's say the languages used here will be again HTML, CSS plus JavaScript, So this is the one that we are going to use a hybrid application as a kind of, that environment here. And then we are going to use the target, which is going to be again a native application. So a target is always a native application. And when I say native application, I'm referring to again APK file. So target is APK file. So you go there in the native application, you get APK file. You go in the web application, you will get a simple website where you have to host it on one of the cloud servers, for example. And if you go for hybrid application, you can go for again an APK file, or you will get an APK at the end of the day. So when we are talking about these three application development types, which one should we prefer? Now everyone has its own pros and cons. So when we are going for native application, for example, here we get the APK file, that's for sure. We can put that in a Play Store, for example. So the ultimate target here is to make money out of it. And if it is the way, or if it is the kind of target that you are having, then this one directly can be uploaded to the Play Store. This can be uploaded to the Play Store. So both native and hybrid application will give you a chance to sell your application through Play Store. That's an advantage here. The disadvantage of native application, I'm talking about only native now, not the hybrid. The disadvantage of native is like you have to understand, or you have to learn Java or Kotlin, whichever you want to learn there. So you have to learn a new language altogether. You have to learn Android SDK, and that way you can start developing applications for Android. The person who knows Java can directly learn Android SDK and then start creating the native application. The another benefit, one sec, I think it's better I can put the benefit first. So the benefits of this is, as I said earlier, maybe or maybe we can put that right there. So the benefits are like you can also think about it on your own, and then you can easily say that these are the benefits. Benefit number one is like APK file. So APK, you can say, can be sold on the Play Store. That's a first benefit. Second benefit is like you can say the performance is better, or performance is the best, because we are directly creating the native application. So I would say native or best performance. When I say performance simply means we are getting the best speed out of it. So best performance. Okay. Next one, access to the hardware components. Like you can use a camera there, or you can use let's say GPS sensor there to get your current location, and so on and so forth. So access to the hardware, this is possible when you are going for native. That's again one of the benefits there. Now disadvantage, it's a learning curve which is involved there. Okay, so if you just leave that learning curve, I think you will get mostly all benefits here. Oh, there is one more con. So it's going to take a little bit time to develop an application because of the native classes and other stuff there. So of course there is a learning curve, and it takes a little bit more time when we are developing this application natively. Think about this. When you are having a requirement that you have to develop this application for both iOS and Android, becomes a little bit difficult, because you have to develop two separate applications. One will be developed in Java for Android, and the second one will be developed in Swift for iOS, for example. In which case, it takes time, and probably sometimes it is going to be kind of difficult to imitate the same UI on both the platforms. So maybe when we are thinking about the native application, though it is faster, though it is platform specific, but still it's going to take a little bit time to develop both applications for the two different platforms, iOS and Android. Now what's an advantage of web application here? The benefits or the advantages is like, number one, it is maybe it's very simple, it's going to take less time, and it is independent. Platform independent, in a sense. Independent in a sense, when we are developing a website, you know that if you are just adding a bootstrap there, for example, the website will become mobile responsive. And if it is mobile responsive, you can open it on desktop, you can open it on your mobile from any operating system, and you will get the same look and feel. So that's benefit here. So benefit of web app is like very simple, platform independent, and you can develop only once and you can run it. You can run this maybe on any platform. That's advantage of using web application there. Now what's the disadvantage? Main disadvantage of using web app is like you cannot sell that application. I mean, you definitely can go for getting the subscription, all that stuff, but definitely you cannot sell that APK file on Play Store like what you can do there for the native and something like a hybrid application there. And that's the reason why, if you are having a kind of the Play Store and Play Store, if it is your target, then you cannot go for web application there. We have to go for either hybrid or native application there. Okay, let us talk about the benefits of hybrid application. What's the benefit? I think you can say there is a less learning curve. Learning curve is like you don't have to understand or you don't have to learn too many things here, because probably you might say that almost every developer knows HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So of course you don't have to understand or you don't have to learn too many things there. Of course you have to learn something other than that, but still things are manageable. And the best part is it's one time development. So it's like develop once, and run on many platforms. So maybe I can say developments and run anywhere, run anywhere. So that's an advantage of using the hybrid development application, hybrid application development platform. So when we are talking about the benefits here, I hope you can at least got convinced, like, yes, if you are developing an application for iOS and Android, so it's better you can go for a hybrid development platforms. So let us see how does it work. Now, what I'm talking about here is general understanding of hybrid development. Now, I'm specifically now going to talk about the hybrid development here. So understand this now. Hybrid development. Now, when you talk about hybrid development, actually there are two ways to do that. This is the first way and this is the second way. I'll talk about both the ways. Understand this. Those both of them are a little bit different, and those are kind of, both of them are preferred in the real world in different scenarios. Now, hybrid development number one, it is pure, the web application development plus native application. So you can think of this as native app plus web application. So native plus web app. In a sense, this will be the Java application. Okay, Java application using, there is a widget called as a web view. Do you remember that we are kind of using a intent there, and we are using implicit intent to load any of the websites inside the system's browser. Now what system browser uses is called as a web view. So if it is using a web view, you probably can also include it in your application and you can browse any of the websites. You don't have to leave the application. You can be there in the website. Sorry, you can be there in your application and you can still open any of the websites there by using something called as a web view there. So it uses the Java application using web view, and then it loads website inside the app. So this is one of the ways with which we can develop a website. True mobile responsive website, and you can load that within the application itself. You don't have to you don't have to leave the application when you want to open that website, and this can be done by using a web view. Now, if you want to do that, there are different frameworks available. So the frameworks include something called as a Sencha Touch. It's pretty, you can say, pretty historic. Sencha Touch. No one generally goes for this now, but it was there earlier. It was very famous. There is one more very famous called as a PhoneGap. So you can go for a PhoneGap, and you can maybe you can develop an application or you can develop a website and put that inside inside a web view, and then it will work directly out of the box. And in a sense, you can directly write this website and then create multiple platform applications. It's very simple. So we are talking about a hybrid development here, and in hybrid development there are two ways. I just talked about only one of the ways there. Now, everyone has its own pros and cons. So when we are going for something like a PhoneGap, or when we are going for Sencha Touch, they are just simple applications. When we are developing these kind of applications, see the problem here. So when we are developing these applications, the language for the language for UI development will be HTML plus HTML, CSS plus JavaScript. So what happens inside this is like, it is actually a website which is getting loaded inside the web view. In a sense, when we are developing an application like this, it is purely website. So anyone can feel the lag behind it. So when we are developing a website there, you know that when you're opening this in a browser, it doesn't open instantaneously. Of course, when you're opening it inside the application locally, it's going to be instantaneous, but you can feel that there is a lag in between, because everything is a website, and that website will get open inside a web view inside an application. So you will feel the lag there, and that's a reason Why? Generally, developing this kind of application will kind of let the user know that, hey, you're not using true native application. This is a hybrid application, or this is a web application by you. They developed by using one of the frameworks there, like Zencha Touch or PhoneGap. This is a kind of disadvantage of using this strategy here. This is again a hybrid application, but when you are talking about hybrid, the original development will stay as it is. When I say original, in a sense, the development will be done, sorry, the development will be done in a website, and that website will be loaded right inside the application. So the only benefit here is you are going to develop the application only once, because that's a website actually, and that website will be kind of, added or will be kind of in maybe you can say added, or you can say copied inside your current application, and that will be done, or that will be loaded inside the web view. That is the problem. I mean, that is the kind of a lagging generally you will feel, and that's the reason generally we are now going to go with this option. There is a better option here, and that's a second option. Now this is truly native application. This is also a kind of, a native application. This is the, again, native application plus web application. But wait a second, this web application is a little bit different. Actually speaking, I should not say even should not say the web application. I can say native application as a last platform, or as a, you can say, target here. So what happens here is, understand this. This is a little bit different and a little bit crazy. So if you can understand that, hopefully you will see why we are using the React Native and maybe some other frameworks which are following the same pattern here. So what happens here is, you develop a website. So maybe the development will be done in a website. Of course, we'll have to use a specific framework like React Native there. And when you are done with developing that website, you convert it to the native application. So maybe when I say converted, literally the application gets converted into a native application there. This is not like the website will be loaded inside a web view. This is going to get converted into the native application itself. So probably when I say native application, just a sec, instead of just talking about only native application, I will say something like this. This is purely a website you can think of. I mean, of course, there are some additional things that you have to do, and then you can guess, or you can get the iOS native application. Okay, this will get converted to iOS native application by using a language Swift. You literally will do nothing for that. Everything will be done automatically behind the scene. And second thing is Java, that's Android application, Android native application, and that will be done using something like a Java. So literally speaking, this is going to be a truly native application, not like the one which I mentioned earlier, where the website will get loaded inside a web view. No, this is not the case. In this case, the application will truly get converted into a native platform. And that's an advantage of using this strategy here. So probably when we are thinking about developing an application as a maybe for both iOS and Android, then the best strategy to choose here is this. I mean, you can get the directly truly native application here. It just, you are going to develop an application using a specialized website, a specialized framework, and that is again truly a website will get converted into an iOS and Android native application. When I say native application, for iOS, the target that will be built will be .ipa, iPhone application, and for Android, that is APK. So that is it. This is the way you can get the native application. Now, let me, where is it? Here it is. So let me mention like what are the different options available for you if you want to develop an application like this. So the one which we are developing, or the one which we are using for our development today, which is something like a React Native. That's the best platform, So why best? Because generally people who are developing websites, they know React, and React Native will be considered as an extension to it. So React Native is one of the best options here. The another one, if you can recall, yesterday I mentioned this, something called as a native script. Okay. Next one, which was famous and still, I mean, partially the Windows people generally prefer it. It's called as a Xamarin. Xamarin. Okay. It's like a bad word, but it's not. It's a framework, Xamarin, that can be used for developing iOS, Android, and Windows Phone applications at the same time. So React Native, maybe you can say based on React. Native Script, it's based on Angular, you know, and Xamarin is for .NET. So those people who are developing C# .NET applications, for them, the best option is to go for Xamarin because it's going to use the same platform, same IDE, and everything will be same. It just they have to develop the iOS or Android or maybe you can say Windows Phone applications. Of course, few things will change there. It's not like the pure C# application, pure .NET application will work on iOS or Android or maybe something like a Windows Phone. There are some translations needed. So those translations will be added by that Xamarin tool. Of course, you have to change the style a bit, but most of the things that you are doing elsewhere, you can still continue using them and develop your entire application there. And that's the reason why generally people go for this type of development. This is the preferred one, at least in the market today. This is the preferred one. Earlier, there was a lot of demand for PhoneGap. Maybe I know you are not aware about that, but till last to last batch, PhoneGap was there in your so-called syllabus, and I used to show at least a couple of examples for that PhoneGap. But now, no one uses that. Precisely, no one uses it. I mean, because of the advantages or because of the latest development in those different areas or those different frameworks like React Native, Native Script, for example, Xamarin, for example, people started using the better option. This is not as better as it seems to be because ultimately this is a website which is getting loaded inside a web view. So a user is going to feel a lag between the UI. It's like when you run the application, it will take few seconds, not few seconds, should I say, at least couple of seconds to load, and you will feel that difference. Uh, Running a native application and running a hybrid, which is a website application or maybe running a PhoneGap application, you will see a lag and you will feel the difference between these two. Whereas if you go for this strategy, you will not even feel that there is a gap because it's a completely native application. You are going to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but behind the scene, the application will get converted into something like the native application when you build for your as a target one there. So this is going to get built into a purely native application. That's a reason why we are using something like native applications or hybrid applications, which will get converted to native applications there. Guys, can I get any confirmation that you are getting the concept here? Why we are looking at this native application or native React Native here? What's the difference between the web application and the hybrid application here? Okay, so if you can understand that, let us continue further and see whatever we have seen till now, that's React, and whatever we are going to see now, that's React Native. What is the difference between them and where to use what? Okay, so understand this now. This is going to be the React, okay, and this is going to be the React Native. Not everything can be compared here. There are a few points definitely I'm going to compare, and I'm going to say what things are available in both the platforms, what are uncommon or you can say different, maybe difference rather, or different components or the difference between these two, and we'll see how they compare with each other. Let's see. Okay, the very first thing, that React is used for developing website, as simple as that. So this is the main reason why React was developing websites. Whereas that React Native, I mentioned that a minute before, it is used for mobile application development. So maybe I can say mobile app development. So main difference between these two is React is a website development framework, while React Native, it is a mobile application development framework. Actually, it's not a framework, it's a library to be precise. Maybe you can say there is nothing, I can just say dash here, and this is it is a extension to the React. extension to the React framework, or you can say React. In a sense, you have to use a React first, and then on top of that, you can use the React Native to develop the mobile applications there. Very important. When you talk about the React, in React, no built-in components are given. When I say no built-in, in a sense, when you start developing the application, you will have to build every single thing from scratch. I hope you can understand that the controls we were using, those were the HTML controls, and the components we developed, those were by default kind of developed by us. So they were not built in. So no built-in components are given. Components. But when you are going for React Native, there are bunch of components by default given by React Native. So maybe I can say these are called as core components. So core components are provided. So we are going to use the core components like button, text view, flat list, and so on and so forth. There are a bunch of core components by default given by React Native, which will make your life so simple. In a sense, you are going to use those core components and you are going to build your UI. And that's a major reason why it's going to be very simple for us to develop a React Native application, So when we are developing an application like React Native, the best thing here is you will get the core components readily available for you. You just start using it, and probably you will be able to develop a web application. You'll be able to develop the mobile application easily, and you will see that. Okay, so let's continue and see when we talk about the React, and this is the common point, by the way. This is the language part. So language is going to be HTML plus CSS plus JavaScript. That's a common thing between these two. So here also we are going to use purely language is going to be HTML plus CSS plus JavaScript. This is going to be purely HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We don't have to do anything other than that. We will see the React Native framework converting, or maybe it gets the entire application gets converted into the native automatically. We really don't have to do anything for that. That's a common point between these two. Okay. Next, when we talk about the React Native, probably we used something like maybe Redux. I hope you can still recall React Redux. So maybe a React Redux can be used for, can someone tell me why did we use React Redux or simply a Redux? What's a Redux? Do you remember, guys? What is a Redux? Once upon a time, when there was a king, there lived a king and there lived a queen. And in that era, hopefully, we must have seen the Redux. It's been almost like a week or two, right, in between. And probably, hopefully, you can at least recall a glimpse of it. Okay, so React and actually Redux or React Redux is used for state management. This is used for state management, That's the main reason why we are using the React Redux tag. Again, the same story is for React Native as well. So probably when we are developing a React Native application, we can use all the features of React, like components, like navigation, and so on and so forth. Of course, not everything is possible, but 90% things are almost similar between these two. And that's an advantage for those people who know React very well. So this is again a common point. See, the common points are like both of them are using the same languages, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and both of them are using something like React or maybe different libraries which are common to both of them. Redux, I'm specially mentioning it because most of the times people use Redux for state management, and hopefully you can recall the the store, action, and reducer, and dispatch, of course. Anyway, so this is the way we are going to do the job there. So this is an example of maybe the comparison between the React and React Native. Now, I hope we have used a utility, or it's called as a tooling, by the way. So tooling included something like create a React app. Create a React app. So there is a utility available here in React Native. So maybe I'm going to say tooling. It's a React Native. I hope you must have installed that. I guess sir must have sent you the instructions to install that, and I hope you are readily having that environment with you, so you can write the code along with me. Am I right, guys? At least I got 2 yes, so at least couple of you might write the code along with me. Good. So this is the tooling. There we use a create React app, and here we use React Native. React Native is a tool that we are going to use for creating an application or running the application and stuff like that. Okay. Now, when we are developing an application in React, again, this is the common point, by the way. This is like Chrome, or maybe I can say browser. Browser is used for debugging. The good thing here is the same is true for the React Native as well. In a sense, if you want to debug the application in case of mobile, you have to use the you have to use a browser for that, you know. So browser is used for debugging purpose. And again, it's going to be exactly same debugging that you must have seen in case of website. Okay, so that's good actually. So this is a kind of comparison between the React and React Native. Now, when I want to go for the React Native, precisely, I mean, we have now compared what is React and what is React Native, and at least you must have got a glimpse of it. Like, what exactly do you mean by React and what exactly do you mean by React Native? Now, we'll specifically talk about the React Native. Now, hopefully, the basic concept is almost same. I'm not going to repeat that concept because we already have spent enough time talking about this. I'm talking about something called as a component. Can anyone please tell me what is a component in React? Because it's the same component here. Yes, guys. Can someone tell me like what exactly do you mean by a component in React? Quickly. Okay, leave it then. So what is a component? Component is a reusable entity. Sorry, this is called as a reusable entity. And when I say reusable entity, hopefully you can use that component in multiple screens, or you can say multiple times, you know. That's a building block, of course. When we talk about the component, I hope you can still recall there were two types we have seen, and it's exactly going to be same for the React Native as well. So one, I hope you can recall, is called as the functional component, and second one is called as the class component. So we already have seen both of them. I'm not going to repeat anything there because you already have seen that, and probably we are going to directly write the code for that. So we are not going to talk about this again. You already have spent enough time on that. Now, on top of it, precisely, in fact, when we are talking about the React Native, components are like this. I mean, those components are already there, but you know, in the React component, in the React Native, they have provided kind of core components. As I mentioned earlier, core in the sense these components are by default provided by React Native. These are the ready-madely or maybe built-in components available there. These are called as the core components. What are the core components? The core components are those which are inbuilt in the React Native. So maybe I can say this is a kind of this is a kind of a framework or collection of already built components. So maybe I can say these are built-in components. Built-in components, you know. So these components, like for example, let me just go back here and say, and these are the basic components, you know. So when we talk about any React Native application, we'll start with something like a view, maybe something like a text. This is again one more default and probably famous components which are kind of needed almost in every single application there. There is another one, text input. There is another one, button. There is another one, something like a scroll view. I hope you still can recall. Scroll view. There is another one, something called as a flat list, and so on and so forth. So there are many different options available here. How can I forget? Image, you know. So all of them are there. Now, probably from the Android's perspective, I'm not going in iOS because it's not there in so-called syllabus. So probably when we are talking from the Android's perspective, This view is nothing but Android's view. Do you remember we talked about view being the base class, and we already have used that many a times earlier. So this is Android's view. Let me just put the comparison here. Like this is React Native's view. This is the Android's view. React Native's text is nothing but Android's text view. React Native's text input is nothing but this is edit text in Android. React Native's button is nothing but button in case of Android. React Native scroll view, again, it's a scroll view. React Native's flat list is nothing but recycler view. Or you can think of it as a list view, because both of them will give you the list implementation. And finally, image is nothing but image view. So these are the basic components by default given by React Native. So for this, you don't have to do anything. Those are by default available. So if you look at the big picture here, so the big picture is like, this is going to be the React Native components. Maybe I can say all those components by default are given by React itself. React Native components will be kind of React component. So you can say this is the React components library. All the React components can be used here as a React Native component. So out of them, few of them rather, not every single thing is possible, but few of them which are kind of possible to use in React Native, we can definitely go for them. So this is a React Native components, meaning all the React Native components are by default React components. Not every single React component is any React Native components. Few of them can be used here, few of them you cannot use them because of they are purely developed for web applications, you know. Okay, out of them there are few core components. I already have mentioned them just a minute before. So these are the core components. There are few, you can call them as third-party components. Maybe third party. Third party means they're not given by React Native, but still you can download them from npm packages. So these are third party components, and we are going to use few of them today. So that's again another type of component, or another source of component you can use in React Native. And finally, this is custom component, which is nothing but my component here, like my screen being my component, or part of my screen being a component, and so on and so forth, like what we have done earlier in case of React. So these are my custom components. So if you look at the big picture here, all of the React Native components are by default React components. So you can think of it like this, that every single React component is a React Native component is a React component there. Let me just go back here and say this is third-party components part, which we can download directly from npm, like what we have done earlier. These are all the core components given by React Native, and these are the custom components that we are going to develop within the application for different reasons. So if I want to create a screen, that is going to be considered as a component, and that is going to be my component, custom component. Okay. So this is the big picture of it. Probably I'll just put a kind of, maybe I can say this is the React Native component. So you can say that every single React Native component is a React component, and you can go from there. Okay. So this is how you are going to see those components in the real world. That is how you can see it. Very good. So React Native components are by default React components. Remember that. And not every single React component is a React Native component. Are you getting a big picture here, guys? So whatever you have developed, whatever you have learned earlier, you have to keep every single thing in your mind, and then you just have to go ahead and add few different things on top of it. Okay. So probably when we are talking about something like a React component, you are already knowing what it is and how it is. By the way, I mean, do I need to mention this? I don't have to, but still, let me quickly mention, because we are talking about the components here. So I don't want to miss this chance to just put every single thing in one single thing. Okay, so these are, when you talk about the components, then maybe it's using something like, maybe I can say it contains what a React component contains, or what a React Native component contains. Probably you can say a JSX. I hope you can still recall the ways we have used a JSX there, right? There is another one, something called as a props, and there is another way, or there is another one, something called as a state. Can someone quickly give me a differentiation between the props and state? Yes, guys, do you remember that? Props and states? Not states, rather it's a state, right? What's a props and state? Can you tell me the difference between these two? Like I showed you the difference between React and React Native. Can you tell me the difference between props and state? And you know what? I already have talked about that. Rather, if you have opened your so-called notes, I already have mentioned that there as well, right? So that already has been there inside your notes. Props is getting some value. Okay. What do you mean by that, Pallavi? If you want, you can unmute yourself and talk about it very quickly. So at least I will see how much you can recall. Hmm?
Hello,
Yes. Who's that?
good morning, sir. Sir, props is like when we want to access some value like of some like particular value को call करना हो तो we can use props.
Okay. And what about the state?
And state is like
Mm-hmm.
no sir, state I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember which one of them is read only and which one of them is read writable?
So props is read only.
Props is read only. And what about the state?
State I think we can change it.
You think, or you already have done that?
So I didn't revise that part.
Okay, fine. So yes, you're absolutely right. Props is read only, and state, yes, it is a read writable. In a sense, you can update the state. Remember, we were using two things. One of them was a kind of a hook in functional component called as a use state, and we were using a class component, and we were using this dot set state. If you can recall those two things to update the state, then you can realize that state can be updated, state can be modified. Props cannot. So props is a read only and state is read writable. Or you can say you can update the state, and that's the main reason why state is provided. So you cannot change the props. That's the reason React has already provided something called as state. Okay. So probably now you can understand like what is React and what is React Native and what exactly now we are going to do. So whatever we have done earlier, we have to use that. That's the reason I asked you yesterday to revise it, so that you will be in the context of React and you'll be easily able to write the code there. Anyways, let's see how it goes now. Props can be accessed by the child components and cannot be in a state. Absolutely, Himabharati. So that's right. Good. So now we know what exactly do you mean by a React Native. So time has come to move further and start writing a very simple and a very first hello world application in React Native. So let us see what are different things that we need to do in order to write this application and probably run this application and test the application. So I'm going to go back and first let's look at this one here. It's called as it's called as a React Native Dev. So React Native.dev is the website probably you must have seen yesterday while you were developing the while you were setting up the environment there. So if you go for this website, it has every single thing that is needed for you to develop the React Native application. It's learn once and write anywhere. That's what the slogan is, and that's very true in fact. You can write this application only once and it will run directly, you see here, on iOS and on Android at once. You see, create native applications for iOS and Android using React, and that's the reason why React Native is a little bit famous than the native script and then its other competitors there. Okay, so what should I start with? Okay, the very first thing is you can open something like a docs and you can directly go towards the environment setup. This is how we are going to set up the environment. I hope probably you must have done that because I already have asked someone to put that URL, and you must have seen that URL, you must have set up your environment yesterday. Anyways, it's pretty simple. All we have to install something like the Node, Watchman, and simply like React Native. I mean, I'm doing it for Mac, so I need that brew and other stuff there. If you're doing it for Linux, you don't need anything other than installing those npm packages. It's damn simple about it. So that is what you are going to install, React Native. That's it. Otherwise, you don't need anything there. Anyways, now hopefully you know what exactly it is. We will start creating our first application and see how and where we need to do it. By the way, it has every single thing as I mentioned here. So if you look at the basic stuff, introduction to it, blah blah blah, core component, native components, that's exactly what I talked about. This is the diagram I just drawn there. So everything is there. You can just look at it. Probably you can understand what exactly is needed, and you can still recall this particular syntax and this particular code there. Anyways, you will see that in a moment. So it has the JSX, it has the state, it has the props, and so on and so forth. It has everything that you need there. Anyway, so let us continue further and let us create a new application there. By the way, you want to write code along with me? If yes, then I'll share the code. If not, then I'll simply maybe save your and my time. There is only one who wants to write the code. Okay, only 3 of you. Fine. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. If it is the case, then I'll have to just create that somewhere else then. So going back into my volumes data today and the Angular and Python. Okay, so hopefully what I need here is a new directory. This is going to be React Native. Let's go back to the React Native, and here I'm going to start creating my first application. Okay, just give me a second. Let me start my code sharing utility there. Slash code Sunbeam Explorer server node server -p slash volume slash data slash today slash React Native. Okay, now just give me a moment or two. Okay, so it will start creating that, or it will start course. I mean, it will start the code sharing in a minute or two. And probably by the time, let us create our first application. So how do you create the first application? How do you create an application? Forget about the first or second. How do you create an application? By the way, when you are setting up the environment, you directly can jump into the section here, and you can say, when you are developing this application, when you're setting up the environment, you are having two options here. One is called as the Expo CLI client, and the other one is the NPM client. So you may use the Expo, which is a later, you can say the later, or you can say the latest version available, and people generally use that. But instead of learning every single thing again from scratch, it's better we can use React Native. I mean, both of them will work exactly similar. There is no single line of code change. It's like which utility you are going to use for creating the project and which utility you are going to use for running the application. That's the only difference here. Otherwise, it's going to be exactly similar. So there is no change. Don't misunderstand that, like whether you are going to use an Expo, you're going to lose something, or if you're not going to use NPM, or you're going to lose something. It's not like that. It's just a it's just the same example there. That's it. So both of them are going to be exactly same. So those who have already installed Expo, you can use the same thing there. There is no need to change anything. So probably when we are talking about something like a environment, you can use NPM or you can use Expo. We are going to use NPM because we already have used NPM before. Okay. So whenever you are developing, whenever you want to create an application, we have to use this utility, something called as a React Native. So you have to use something like npx React Native init and name of your project. So npx is used for creating that native application by using something like this React Native framework. Okay, I'm going to go back here and say this is the React Native. I'm going to create a new application here by saying npx React Native init. Let's say this is going to be app1. It's going to take a time, so don't get frustrated. Be patient. It's going to take a time. Your machine is also be kind of downloading all of this stuff behind the scene there. So be patient. You can't do anything there. It's downloading template now. This is the React Native's logo. Learn once, write anywhere. Yes, that is true. The code sharing utility is already working, I guess. So you can go there and you will be able to start copy pasting the code along with me. Okay. Don't write the code now, just copy and paste. Later on, you can do it with your own pace. Okay, now leave it. On my machine, I'm not using CocoaPods right now, so that's the reason why it is giving me an error here. On your machine, it's fine. On my machine, I'm using the other version of it. That's the reason it's okay. It's only for iOS, so I am not going to be bothered about it. We are going to only use the Android part of it, so I'm not going to be bothered about the iOS one here. Okay. So seems like my project must have got created now. It has created a directory right now, which is having the project name, that's app1. I'm going to go inside that app1 and we'll start exploring what is there inside it. So let me open Visual Studio Code and we'll go from here. Okay, so if you look at this, there are many different things here which are a little bit different than the React package or React application there. Let us explore what are different things available there so we can understand what exactly is needed and where exactly you have to write the code. The first part is Android. Now this is especially needed for building the Android application. I hope you can still recall in Android we were using something called as a Gradle tool and there was something called as a build.gradle. So this is exactly the build.gradle you might have seen in the native Android application there. Android Studio might show you that build.gradle for both project as well as your application. Of course, there are some Gradle specific properties like Gradle.properties, Gradle W, that's Gradle wrapper, settings.gradle, and so on and so forth. I'm not bothered about that here. If you just go into the app, which is exactly similar to what you were getting earlier, of course, there are not every single thing available there. It has its own build.gradle, like what we have seen earlier in case of Android again. You can go back to the SRC there, and inside SRC you will find main Java, main activity.java right here, and this is the main application.java. So what happens here is it is going to start or it is going to customize that main application and main activity here, and from here it is going to start creating the components and it's going to start creating the stuff like that. So we don't have to bother about like how it is going to do it right now. What we are going to see here is it's going to have exactly similar structure that you already have seen earlier in case of Android natively. So probably if you can recall your Android Studio structure or Android Studio's hierarchy, it is looking not a little bit different, but it's completely different. But Android part is similar. So if you look at the Android part, you can see SRC, you can see main, you can see maybe the Java code, and you can see the SRC part of it. There is Android benefits.xml. So things are pretty much aligned to Android. So that's the reason why we started with native development first, because when you talk about the React Native, you have to know how the native application development looks like. Unless you know that, how can you say we are developing a React native applications here? So we know native application development. We already have developed many native applications. Now the time has come to take a leap forward and see how we can develop the similar applications, but without using Java and XML there. So here we are going to use pure HTML, CSS, and JSON and stuff like that. We'll see how do we do that. Okay, so hopefully you can see that this is the very simple application here, which is going to have that Android, which is going to have that iOS. This is for iOS. Now iOS is not there for you right now, so you can literally skip it. But in case of iOS, you can customize that application too. Anyways, it's not for us right now. Now, as usual, there is a node modules directory, which will contain all the different dependent libraries there. So again, you don't have to do anything for that. All of them will get automatically downloaded for you. Now, bug config, again, not for you right now. You can just leave that because this is just going to show you like from where the libraries will be downloaded. So not for you. You don't have to do anything. It is lint src lint rc. Lint rc is going to be used for for tooling or auto completion process. Again, and nothing to be done here. Again, flow config, nothing to be done here. Git attribute, git config, pretty rc, watch, watchman config. We don't have to do anything for all of these hidden files. Dot files are hidden files. This is where our first component starts. This is the app.js. Do you remember last time when we were developing a React application? React application was also giving us a default app.js. And if you can recall something, that was the first screen. If you run your application, you will find on the browser, right? So similarly, that is nothing but my first component. If I run my application, I'll find it on my screen. This is the app.js. We'll explore that in a minute. But before that, let me go back to the app.json. These are the application specifics, like what is the name of the application, what is the display name of the application. So that is nothing but the one which will be displayed on the icon below. That's a display name there. Now there is a Babel config. You know what Babel is and why it is used for. So hopefully we already have used a Babel for ES7 and ES8 JavaScript syntax to be converted into the older version of JavaScript. So that is the Babel config. You see here it is using the presets, which is Metro, React, Native, Babel preset. So this is the one which is going to have that React and maybe something like the other presets there, environment presets there. There is index.js. Again, this is where your application starts. App registry.register component, and it starts registering our first component here. This is the app component, which is the first component, and this is where your application is going to start. It's not like we have to write the code for write code anything inside this index.js. You can leave it for now because you're going to start with the app.js being the first application component there, or first usable component there. Okay, next to it is the package.json. We all know what is the job of a package.json is. A package.json will have all the dependencies for your application. It will have all the dependencies along with their versions, and you are going to use them for just getting all the dependencies downloaded within only one folder, node modules. And finally, there is something called as a yarn.log. Again, you can ignore it for now because this is again, excuse me. So this is again used for another utility or another, you can say, command called as a yarn. We were using and we are still using npm package manager, or node package manager called as npm. We use that npm or npx command in order to run and create the React Native applications there. Now, along with the npm, there is one more utility called as the yarn, and yarn seems to be much more, much better than the npm packages. So those who want to use the yarn, you can download that yarn, you can install it on your machine, and you can start using yarn, YARN, instead of React Native there. So precisely, it is a little bit faster than npm, and that's the reason many web developers generally use yarn instead of using npm. The only difference is yarn is a little bit, I'm saying, little bit different, sometimes difficult to use. That's the reason generally when you are looking for simplicity, you will go for npm. Anyways, for us it's npm, not yarn. So now we know what are different things there. Let us start running this application. I'm not going to touch the code right now. I'm just going to create the application, which we already have done now, and I'll just run this application. Now, how do I run the application? Again, the same React Native part is going to be used, or React Native code, React Native utilities can be used there. So I thought maybe I'm having it in a cache, but it's not. So it's okay. So npm, it's going to be React Native, and you can say you can say run, and which platform you want to run. You can run Android or you can run iOS. I'm not going to use iOS because for us it is Android. Okay, so it's going to take a couple of minutes, and probably let me show you what exactly is happening here. So it is kind of executing, or it's kind of maybe compiling the application, building the application behind the scene, and boom, my application now is running inside my emulator. So the command is React Native, npx React Native, run dash Android, and that is the one which is going to be used for running the application. So when you run this default application, it's going to have too many things here. You see, there is a step one, do this, step two, do this, blah 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 blah. There are many things out there. If you can just spend some time on it, you can understand what exactly it has to say. Good news is, when you want to get some basics or when you want to get something, the documentation is the best one here. So whatever you need, you can get all of these things from the documentation. So if you just follow documentation, run the code or code snippets documentation already has given, learning the React Native is going to be fun and it's going to be very simple. It's completely practical oriented framework. There's no concept as such, because whatever concepts we need to know, we already have seen those concepts and you already are known to those concepts. So probably I'm assuming that you can recall all of those concepts that we have seen earlier, and based on that we are going to do the further React Native development. Okay. Okay, so may I get any kind of confirmation, guys, whether you are writing, executing, and is it working for you? I'll wait for a couple of minutes because I want your first application to work. I want your first application to run successfully. Okay, what you are saying, Manjari? In my Visual Studio Code, Android project is not found. How come it is? You're in the wrong directory then, or you're using a wrong command then, or your environment is not properly set up then. Because if you have created that React Native application, it must have created two directories, Android and iOS. Which version are you using, Sneha and Manjari? Are you using from the same URL that I shared earlier yesterday? Okay, fine. If you cannot find it, leave it. Just can you go back and run that command, npx React Native run Android, and see if it is running. I wanted everyone to run that code, but few of you are not willing to do that. Choose unrecognized command. That means you have not installed it. Pallavi, you have to install all of this stuff. It's not like out of the box it's going to work. You'll have to install the environment. You have to set up the environment, you know. Okay. npx React Native run Android. The Android you have installed it, right? Manjari, you are getting an error. It says the Android project not found. Okay. Which command have we used to create a project? Exactly. That's the reason why it is not working, you know. The code structure is going to be a little bit different. I mean, not code structure, should I say. The command is a little bit different for expo. When you say expo init, and you'll have to add the frame, you have to add the project as well. I mean, it's not like it's going to create the default for Android. It will ask you to provide that one. So if you go for the environment setup, see, this is an expo client. Sorry, we'll have to use that expo. So when you are saying init, you have to add the Android there. No, that's okay. That's fine, but it's not going to create it for Android there. So one sec. Expo has one. That says I don't use Expo. I use npma and npx there. So and not that, not that. Okay, so maybe there is I think I have one on my machine. Let me check this. I had it, but I don't like that, so I don't. Yeah, I don't need. I have this on my other machine. I don't use it because of many reasons. But I'm gonna say Expo has a parameter. I know Expo add Android for React Native. There is a you can say the parameter there. you can say React Native modules npx not that, sorry. Maybe there is a React Native. Can you try npx? Only init is not going to use that. It's not going to add the Android part there. I think you'll have to add for add with the command line parameter, and I don't have it installed on my machine, this machine here, and I don't want to mess up with the environment right now because I don't use expo, I use npx a lot. So probably there is one, I know, on minus something platforms or something is there. So if not, then you use that other one, the npx command, and see if it is working. Npx React Native init or some project, whatever it is, or project name that you are going to use for creating application. Yes, for creating application, use npx. One sec, I'll write the command here. It's npx run, I'm sorry, React Native init and app2, for example. I'm not going to create one right now, but I'll just give you here app1, app2, and whatever it is. Exactly. So this is the command, right, Pallavi? That's right. This is the same command you can use there. Absolutely. Oops. This is the same command. You can use it for creating an application, and confirm me whether you can see an Android, because npx React Native will create by default for both iOS and Android, and that's the reason why generally I use npx command a lot. Expo can create it, but I don't use it. Create that quickly, and then we'll see what can be done with that command there. Done. Very good. Can you see that Android directory now, Sneha? Yes. Done means what? You see the Android directory now? Okay. Where did it install? Fine. Okay. No worries. By the time you are installing it, I'm going to go back to the code. Done my run Android. Very good. So Pallavi, it worked for you, right? That's good. For you, it's downloading. Fine, Manjari. It's okay. So by the time you are downloading it, let's go for the app.js. And in this app.js, you see that the very first thing is import React from React. This line is going to be very important for every single component to run. If you don't have it, your application is simply going to stop. I mean, it's not going to run. That's a problem. Anyways, you see that my application is running here, and I can see the UI as well. You see, I can get the default application component set. So if you just scroll down, you see that it's a functional component. It's accepting that React node. We don't have to, you can even delete it and everything is going to work fine. So this is going to have all of that stuff I mentioned earlier. So this is exactly the React component, but mainly we are using it for React Native purpose. Okay. So when we are developing this application, probably I'll do one thing. I'm going to move this site somewhere here, and probably whatever is there, I'm going to delete that, and we'll start from scratch here. Okay. So if I say run, if I say save right now, you will see that it's going to give me an error, and it says that, hey, there is no component here. You will see this error, or you will see this screen whenever there is an error. So whenever you see this, probably you can understand that something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong means you need to now look into your source code and see what is going wrong. So if you look at the output here, or if you look at the error here, it says that element type is invalid, expected a string for blah blah blah, or built-in components. So it says I'm not able to find any component from that app what to load there, and that's the reason why it is not working. Anyways, we are going to create a new component from scratch. By the time you are running you're downloading it, let me just go back here and say the very first thing that we have to start with is the import React, React from React. So this is needed. Without this, you cannot do anything. This is the first thing, import React. Okay. Next, it's a functional component. So I'm going to say const app is equals to a functional component like this, which is going to return. Now, here you cannot use a div or other elements because those are HTML elements. Those are HTML tags. And you know what? we are developing a mobile application. So we'll have to use those core components. Which core components? So if you just go back here and look at the core components list, the one which I gave here, you can see, or you can see this is the list. You can find it right here in the documentation itself. So the basic one is going to be the view. If you want, you can put the view, or you can put something like a hello world or whatever. You can start with something like a view. This is kind of needed because without this, you cannot put any other view, other widgets or any other controls here. This is going to be a text. Text is nothing but your text view, for example, in Android. So this is where I'm going to say hello world, you know. So maybe I'm just going to look at my UI. It's still giving me an error. Now I will simply say export default app. Sorry, export default app. That is it. So probably when we are doing something like this, it's going to give me an error. Oh, it says cannot find view. See the error is changed. It says cannot find view. Of course, it cannot find view because view is not there inside my current module. You have to import it. Where are you going to import it from? You're going to import it from React Native. So import this from. I'm sorry. Import this from React Native. What do you want to import? You want to import a view and the text as well, so view as well as text. Text means it's a text view, so remember that text and view, both of them are different here. And you see that, hey, my first hello world application is running. You see, it's pure component, it's pure React component. So React component is now getting used for rendering your first hello world application in Android. That is the beauty of using the React Native. You don't have to learn anything like XML. You don't have to learn anything like the native application development using Java. Nothing is needed. It's just pure HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Of course, React Native. React Native is based on React. So the main prerequisite for React Native is the React. Prerequisite for React is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which we already have seen earlier. That is it. You see, my hello world application is running there, and yeah, it's doing the job. See how simple is that? We are running our first application with hardly few lines of code, and you don't have to use that something like a class, or you don't have to go for on create, on resume, and blah 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 blah. It's going to be a very simple functional component. If you do not want to mention, or if you do not want to use any state, probably we are going to prefer using the functional component. And even if it is functional component, I hope you can still recall we were using the React hooks to store something into the state. We already have seen those hooks like use state, use effect, remember? So we already have seen that earlier. Use selector in case of Redux, or maybe use store. There are many different things out there. So probably all of them are nothing but the React hooks, and those React hooks are still available here. Hooks are used for doing something with the React. So probably we are going to use those hooks in a few minutes when we start setting the values, or start maybe putting something into the state. Now, can you please give me a confirmation, at least Manjiri, Sneha, because you are doing it online, we are doing it along with me. Is that working for you now? You able to see that Android there in the project? And if you run that code, is it working for you? I would encourage others also to do that right now along with me, because if you are developing your final project in React Native, I guess that will put a very good impression on your interviewer. Okay, it's getting installed. Not yet. Sorry. No, it's okay. Fine. No problem, Sneha. Take your time. It's not your fault. It's showing now. Very good, Manjari. Who's that? Ritesh, it's working for you. Very good. That's fine. Hima Bharti, welcome to React Native. Cannot initialize the new project. So it seems like app1 is already there, Hima Bharti. Just go and delete that app1 directory and execute the code again. Sorry, execute the command again. Read the error. It says cannot initialize your project because app1 already exists. So simply deleting that app1 will solve your problem. Okay. Not showing in Android. To use npx, it should. If you're using npx to create a project, you should. Okay, so now I want you to tell me, like, if I want to modify the UI properties, like if you are developing an Android application, You might say something like a text view and say text property is going to be hello world. Now, can you tell me what is the property to change the font size or maybe the font weight or font color? How do you do that in case of Android? You already have done that, right? How did you do that? How did you do that in Android? What is the way you can do it? If I want to change that color to red, how do you do that? Okay, maybe if you can recall exactly. Android.text.color. Nope. You are using something like in XML file, you are using something like the text color. That's a property. Android colon. It's not dot, Vishal. It's like Android colon text color is the same property or it's a single word. So you say Android colon text color equals to something like red or blue, whatever color you want to set there, right? How do you do that here? Now forget that you are developing an Android application. You say that you are kind of running or you are kind of developing a React Native, meaning a kind of a website application, because we are still using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS here. Now, from the React Native's perspective, or let's forget about the React Native as well. Let's say this is the React. So from the React's perspective, if I want to, maybe you can say decorate my UI, how do you do that? If I want to change the font color of a maybe a div, how do you do that? How did you do that? And you already must have done that in React, right? So how did you do that in React? You done that. You already have done that. I know. So div, yes, that's right, Vishal. How do you do that? Or how did you do that earlier? Okay, the simple answer is whenever you are using HTML tags, how will you decorate them? Using CSS. What's a big deal there, right? You write either style or you write a class in CSS. I'm not talking about the Java and others. I'm talking about the CSS, CSS class or CSS style. See, how do you do that in case of this? I'm going to use inline style. Inline style means the style where you can simply add inside the element itself. This is an element text, which is nothing but a text view there. And I want to change the color. Maybe color should be something like red, for example. How do you do that? You're going to use a property called as a, I'm sorry, you're going to use a property called as a style, and right inside this, we are going to use an object. Look at that. I'm using double curly brackets. One curly bracket is going to be for JavaScript, and the second curly bracket, which is within itself, is for JavaScript object. This object is going to have all the properties, like I'm going to change the color to red, for example, and you see that the color automatically changed to red. Good news here is you don't have to keep on running the application every single time to see the UI. You see, the UI automatically reloads. It's React. Hopefully you already have seen that earlier in case of React applications as well. That's another benefit. I'm going to go back here and say I'm going to change the font size to, let's say, 10. We don't have to use DP. Sorry, let's go for 15, for example. We don't have to use DP, SP, PX, nothing. Just say 15, it will automatically adjust it as per the environment, as per the operating system. If it is Android, it is going to use DP, SP. If it is iOS, it's going to use pixels. See how simple is that? I'm going to make the text alignment to center. See how simple is that? I want to put the space around the border. Again, it's going to be margin. Hopefully you can still recall. That's the beauty of it. You see, whatever you already have developed earlier, we still are using exactly the same thing. There is nothing changed. It's still our pretty old CSS. You see, things are really working fine. I'm going to add the border, not a big deal. You can say border color, for example. I'm going to go for gray. You see, the border color will be added. Of course, the border width is not available, so let me change the border width to 1, and you see a border there. You can add a kind of a padding, let's say 10. It will add a padding. You remember border, the border radius, border radius is going to be, for example, 10. You see, it's going to add the border radius now. See the rounded corners. See how simple is that? I'm going to change the background color now to something. Just a sec. Let me use SIP again, and let's pick up a color from there. Oops. Let's pick a color from here. Let's use this one here. So that's a background color I want to use. See how simple is that? It took hardly a few seconds for us to do it. Imagine you are doing this in Android. How much time it would have taken you to do the same changes in your XML file. I know, I'm not saying that it can't be done. It can be done, of course, a little bit easily as well. But compared to that, I think this is way better and way simpler. Am I right, guys? I don't know about you, but this is so fascinating. I don't have to learn anything, it just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Anyways, I have to learn it because I have to develop a website there. So if I already know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, why not to take an advantage of it? And that's what we are doing here. So we already have seen HTML, CSS, JavaScript. We already have seen React. We already have developed few websites with React. We are using or reusing that knowledge here. That's it. That's the beauty of using React Native there. That's the reason why people are running after React Native. That's the reason why these days hybrid development has more demand than the native development. And again, don't you see that? Being an owner of a company, for example, if I want to develop an application for Android and iOS, I have to hire two different guys because most of the times those who are developing Android applications, they do not know iOS, and vice versa is also true. You know, so it becomes very difficult for me to find the iOS developer, the Android developer. And again, being an owner of a company, for example, I'll have to pay to those different guys. I mean, iOS developers will take a little bit more salary than Android. So I still have to pay for those two guys. So I have to invest in two different technologies, in two different development efforts. And again, we'll have to pay for that. Unfortunately, yeah, iOS development cannot be done on any other machine but a Apple machine, and you know how much it costs. Like even the simpler or in the simplest Mac machine, Apple machine is going to cost almost like 70,000. So if you want to develop a simple application for iOS, you have to put that money in. But now with the help of this React Native, you can develop iOS and Android application at once. Of course, you can't test it here because when you want to do it, you have to have a Mac machine there for testing it in the simulator. But you see that you can develop the application only once, and rest, it's a piece of cake. Okay, I guess you must have now got convinced that we should use React Native than the native development. Am I right? So probably, I'm encouraging again, you use React Native for developing your final application. That will give you a kind of not only the confidence, but you will also get more respect from your interviewer when you are facing that interview there. Because when you say you know React Native, that means you already know React, which, I mean, there is no second guess. If a person knows React Native, he has to know React, because you saw that last time. Every React Native component is a React component. So unless you know React, you cannot go for React Native. That's, maybe you can say, it's the way it works. That's how cookie cooks. That's how cookie bakes. Anyway, so probably when we talk about the React Native development here, it's going to be same development that you already have seen earlier in React, except view components are a little bit different. So there you use div, h1, h2, h3, so on and so forth. Here we are going to use view, something like a text input, flat list, and so on and so forth. Okay, so probably now you know how to do that, and hopefully you will be able to do that on your own as well, pretty much easily. And believe me, it's so simple. You see that it's next to you now. Anyway, so hopefully we have started, we have begun, and probably today we are going to develop a very simple and very nice application. We'll see how we can do that later, but this is a kind of a starting point. So we know now a simple application can be developed like this. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's take a break in between. You have your breakfast, come back after the breakfast, and at least I'm giving you break, hoping that few of you might install the environment set, or you are going to create your environment right now in the break. At least get it ready, and at least write the code along with me. At least write few React Native applications, because that's going to give you not only the confidence, but also, it's going to be beneficial for your interview as well. Okay, that's good, Sneha. That's a good progress. So if it is getting shown, that's very good. I don't want you to use emulator because it's going to slow down your machine. You better use your device. Directly connect your device and run the command. It is going to install it in your phone. So if you don't do it, then it is going to launch the emulator, which is happening with me right now. I have not connected my device there. That's the reason it is opening it in emulator, and I am fine with it. I'm having ton of memory here, so I don't have to worry about that. But yours, it's going to be very little memory, so don't use emulator there. It's going to slow down your machine a lot. That's good. Okay, so others, I think set your machine up. Probably in break time, you will have enough time to download all of this stuff there and write the code along with me later. So our application will have nice user interface and it will be a complete application again, like what we have done earlier for a couple of different scenarios. Anyway, so let's start a timer for 20 minutes. Come back after the break and then we'll continue further. Okay. You there, guys? Hello. Yeah. Good. Okay. So if you're here, let's continue further and let's see how we can develop the entire application now. Okay. Okay. So you see here that we are having a core components like view, text, image, scroll view, and something like text input. Okay. Now let us start developing a very simple application. Now this is where we started with Hello World. I want to show Hello World here. Maybe I can say this is going to be a let's say registration form. Registration, as simple as that. So I'm going to ask user to register here. I think color red doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any sense here. Let's go for black. That looks better. Not so good. No, not so bad. It's okay. So now next to it, I want to go for a simple screen where we can go for getting the input from user. Okay, so let us see how it can be done. Very simple. I'm going to go with, let's say, name, address, phone number, email, and the password. This is registration, right? Or sign up you can think of. So let's see how we can do it. We need a text view for saying like first name or last name or something like this. So we are going to use the text. Text is nothing but a text view here, and we'll ask to user to enter first name. Okay, so you see that this is a kind of a first name. Now precisely I want to add a padding for the entire view, so there is no point of adding the padding here. So it's better, there is no need of having a margin as well. So what we can do here is we can go back to the parent view and then we can add different styles. So style like padding we can add here and say 10. Hopefully that is going to add padding for all of this. I think padding is needed for this as well. Otherwise it's not looking good. You see that, right? That's okay. So I see that first name is coming somewhere here. Okay, maybe it's better we can have one more view in between, and maybe we can say style is going to be margin on top, which is going to be 10, for example, and inside this view we'll add a kind of a text view. So think about view as a kind of the linear layout or maybe relative layout, depending on how you want to add the layouts there later. I mean, there is no linear layout as such, but the view itself is going to be representing the view group. So you can turn this view into linear layout, horizontal or vertical, depending on few CSS properties there, and we'll see those properties later. This is going to be a first name. I need an input from user, so I'm going to use something like a text input, and that is it. So this is the text input. You will not see that text input unless you click on that. So you see here I can add the input from user. Now, because this is not having any border, it's completely kind of invisible. I mean, it's there, but it's kind of invisible there. No big deal. I'm going to say this is going to be the style, and we'll include, let's say, border width, which is going to be 1, and the border, color, which is going to be, let's say, gray, for example. So now you see that I'm having a kind of maybe bordered edit text here. Now probably what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add let's say border radius. So let's say 10 looks better, and let's add some padding as well. I want to add the padding from left and right. So maybe I can say padding left is equals to 10 and padding right is equals to 10. If I'm writing application for maybe web application, then I would have used that padding left and padding right like this. But you know what? There are few properties added by React Native to make your life a little bit simpler. So there is something called as padding horizontal. And when I say horizontal, that means this padding will be added from both the sides. See, now 15 is added here as the padding from the right and left side. So if you just type the code here, you will see that there is a gap from the right hand side and there is a gap from the left hand side. This is called as a padding horizontal. I think we can add a margin on top. So if you want, you can say this is margin on top, which is going to be 10. So there'll be small difference. Sorry, you'll have to add comma. So there'll be a small space between the first name and the edit text there. If you do not want to use the entire border, then probably you can go back, you can disable this You can disable this, and you can say border. If I want to use that only the bottom border, like we can see in Android, then we can say border bottom radius or border bottom color and radius. So this is gray, for example, and border bottom width, which is going to be, let's say, 1, and you will see that it's going to have only the border the bottom border there, in which case we do not need any margin on top. So you add any variation there depending on your requirement. This is the way you can do it. So padding, I think 10 is going to be more than sufficient, or even if there is no padding, it's still be okay with it. So choice is yours. How do you want to decorate it, or how do you want to add it there? So choice is yours. I'm happy with it. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. Inside my text view, I'm going to use the placeholder property. So placeholder is the way we are going to add a hint. This is coming from HTML. So placeholder, it's HTML part. I'm going to say first name, and hopefully the first name property or the first name hint will be shown here. May I get any confirmation, guys, whether you are getting it, whether you are writing the code along with me and getting the same output like me? If you are kind of writing the code, let me know. I'll wait for a couple of seconds, couple of minutes. Code sharing is not updated. How is it possible? Restart it because it's already started. Just a sec. Oh, there is an error. Sorry. Seems like there is an error here. Why the hell am I getting any error in the utility? Code sharing utility is throwing an error. There are so many files which are getting created. I'm so sorry, guys, can't do it. So it's kind of crashing right now because of too much of depth, too much of, the hierarchy is going down. That's the reason why it is, oh my God, exceeds the maximum depth. Okay, sorry guys, can't do that. It's just because the problem is the tool is developed for some depth in the mind, and it seems like because of the React Native, it's going too much of depth, so it's crashing there. So sorry for that. It's better you can write the code like this, or wait a second, I have a better option. Okay, I'm going to go back to app because that's the only thing which you need. It's SRC. So what I can do here is I can go inside this and do I need to do that? Let me see if it works. If it works, then probably I can update it quickly and you will be able to write the code along with me, okay? Okay, by the time you create the UI, you can copy paste that UI and try to do it and see if it is working for you. Just give me a sec. If it can be fixed, and if you can just write code along with me, that is better. Right, should be working. Just a minute or two. Can you try, guys, one more time? Manjari, can you just refresh your student portal and see if it is working there? Hopefully it should, but give it a try. Okay, so it's still adding it. So many files. It's working. Very good. Fine. So that's good. So let me just check which one am I connected to. Yes. Okay. So it seems like I'm getting a simple UI done here. So this is where user is going to enter the first name. Okay. Now I need one more, a text view here and a text input here for the last name. And you see that I'm literally copy pasting it, and only thing which is going to change here is the last name. You see, I'm going to use the same UI here. So what am I saying here is this. Probably I want to copy and paste the text view or text input all the time, but not only this, I'm copying the styles as well. Now, probably if you can recall, in case of your HTML and CSS lectures or sessions, you might have seen that if you want to use a style multiple times, it's kind of prefer to use a class instead, right? There is no class here, but there is a better option when we want to share the styles amongst multiple elements. Now see how it can be done. To do this, probably I'm going to go back here, and inside that React Native, I will copy or I will import something called as style sheets. Style sheet, not style sheets, style sheet. First, create a style sheet and then create an object of it. So maybe I can say const, let's say styles, for example, is equals to style sheet dot create, and there you can supply all the style sheets that you want to share. For example, I'm going to say this is a edit text style, okay, and this edit text style is going to use those two properties. Property one is like bottom color gray and bottom width is equals to 1. So what am I saying here is I'm creating the styles, which is a style sheet dot create option, and I'm passing all the styles as an object. All of these are objects. We are in JavaScript right now. In JavaScript, everything is an object. So once you have that style, you can simply delete this part, and you can say, hey, I want to use that styles dot edit text here, and you see it is giving me the same output there. So this is edit text dot styles dot edit text, and still it is giving me the same output here. If you just go back and say something like let's say background color is going to be red, for example, you see that in both the places I'm getting the same effect. And that's the reason why when you are developing a React Native component, you will use the style sheet dot create to create a styles object, and you can add as many styles as you need and use them in your current class like this. So generally, I mean, this is a kind of a rule of thumb you can prefer. Generally, instead of writing code or instead of writing styles individually like this, and again, if needed, then you can, but most of the times do not prefer one. So probably I'm going to say this is going to be the top label, for example, which is going to be like this. So I can see that this is the top label, and I'll just go back here and say styles dot top label, and you see that it's going to work like this. So my UI code is going to be a little bit smaller to manage, and probably it is going to be something with which you can easily share your code. That's how we should do it. Okay, now there is only one property. There is no point of writing it there. So I'm going to go back here and say style is equals to, I'm going to add only the margin on top, which is kind of a 10. So there'll be a space between, I'm so sorry, we'll have to go for one more. That's an object actually. So that's how we are going to do it. So maybe I can say there's a small gap between the line above and the last name here. That's it. I'm going to literally copy and paste this for my maybe other inputs. So I need name, okay, first name, last name, that's it. I'm going to need an email. So I'll say this is the placeholder email. Okay, the next one is, let's say phone number. So this is going to be the phone number. And what am I looking for? Let's say password, that's fine. Oops, that's going to be the password, okay? So let's say password here, or maybe you can say star star, whatever, it depends on you what you want to add there. So this is the way we can do it. So let us see what happens here. When I go back here in the first name, keyboard shows up, which is a text keyboard. This is the 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 text keyboard. Now, coming back to the Android part of the world, do you remember when we were using phone, email, and password? We were using a property. I don't know which property we were using, but because of that, the keyboard was getting changed automatically. Can someone tell me what is the property name that we used there to change the keyboard for email, which was having the @ sign below, and for phone number, the entire UI or entire keyboard was different? Do you remember? Exactly, that is called as input type, right? So here it's not the input type, here it's called as the keyboard type. So for this input, text input, I want to change the keyboard type to maybe to what is that, email, right? So you can say email address. And now if I click on that, you see it's going to show me that the red symbol. It's not there for password, but it's there for email. You see at the red keyboard is coming up there. Similarly, I know this is the phone number, so I'm going to go and say here keyboard type is equals to phone number or phone pad. Exactly. So probably now if I click on phone number, you see it's completely changing the keyboard type. So this is going to be converted into native code. So when you are developing React Native, this will get converted into native, and that's how it is going to show you the output. For password, there is no keyboard needed, but you want to say something like secure text entry is equals to true. Secure means it will hide the input characters from user. So if I say password is going to be test, see the test is not shown to the user. So it's exactly like using input type is equals to text password in Android. Keyboard type and secure text entry, both of these are inspired from iOS. I mean, you don't know iOS, but in iOS, the property name is exactly similar, secure text entry and something like the keyboard type. So React Native got inspiration from iOS, I guess. Okay, so seems like my UI is in a shape, and this is exactly what I was looking for. I don't know red looks good or not, but it's better we can just go for a gray anyways. Sorry, oops, a gray. Okay, so here we are, and we are getting that first name, last name, email, phone number, password. That's great. Now, what am I missing? Okay, I'm missing something like a button, So button. Where should I go for? Maybe I can go for just one more below this, and I will create one more container. Think about this as a kind of a view group there. Can have some style, which is going to be, the margin on top, which is going to be 20. And below this, I want to have, soup. Okay. And inside this, I want to go for two buttons. So this is going to be a button one. It will get auto imported from React Native. So I don't have to worry about that. So that's a button which is going to have a title. Which is going to have a title like save, for example. Okay. And cancel, for example. I don't want to cancel it out, but this is the way we can do it. Yeah. So there is a save and there is a cancel. Now, do you remember, guys? This is a kind of a linear layout with orientation is equals to vertical. It's as simple as that, right? I'll wait for you. If you're writing the code, then do it and maybe get the same effect like mine. If you are getting some errors, let me know. So this is a kind of linear layout with orientation is equals to vertical. Now, tell me one thing, in your CSS, have you seen something called as a flex before? Have you heard about something called as a flex? This is not React Native. This is given by CSS, flex, display property flex. Have you heard about that before? I'm asking a question and expecting an answer. Have you heard about CSS flex before? No, right? Okay, fine. Not a big deal. Why am I asking is because when we are talking about changing the orientation or maybe laying out all those controls, one below another or one besides another, or we want to arrange those elements there, we have to know the flex. At least when you are in React Native, without flex, you cannot do anything there. So if you want to go for it, we have to know that property called as a flex. So let us understand that flex first, and then we will see how we can arrange or how we can change the orientation of this from vertical to horizontal. Believe me, it's very simple. The good part is if you go back to the documentation, here, they have given very nice examples of them. So probably this is going to be a flex. Yeah, that's a very nice example they have shown here. So this is the flex property we have to use, where you see this is a kind of flex by default having the flex direction, which is kind of a column, which is going to be a default value. Column means it will be shown as columns, like this is the column space, vertical. Think about column is going to be a vertical and row is going to be horizontal. So if you want to arrange them in a horizontal orientation, all you have to go here inside its container. These two buttons are added inside the container view, whose flex direction is by default column. So I'm going to go back, watch what I'm showing you here. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and say this is going to be flex direction, which is by default column. So if you say column, there is no change here. But if you say something like row, you see that both of these buttons are now kind of added horizontally. One single property change and it will automatically do the job. Guys, are you there with me? Are you getting what am I trying to show you here? Flex direction will control in which direction the child views will be added. When you say flex direction is equals to column, the child views will be added one below another. It's like having linear layout with the orientation is equals to vertical. For flex direction equals to row, maybe you are having a linear layout with orientation is equals to horizontal. So consider row as being horizontal and column being vertical orientation. That's how you should look at it. So when we are talking about the flex direction, row and column, by the way, how do I remember that? I mean, row and column, it's pretty much, sometimes it's confusing, like, because it seems like, and for when I saw that for the first time, then I got confused. Like I saw that as kind of a row, but it's not. It's kind of a column. It's like if you think about a table, we always say horizontal rows and vertical columns. So that's how these people have received that rows and columns from there. So vertical part is called as a column, and horizontal part is called as a row. That's how you can get it. Column is vertical, and a row is kind of horizontal. That's how you should get it. Okay, you see that probably you can also go for the column reverse. There are two more options available: row reverse and column reverse. This is going to be left to right. If you want to start from right to left, probably you see that in the output it started from left to right. If you want to go for right to left, all we have to go back here and say row dash reverse. I mean, I need to know, sorry, I need to go for row, but from the right to left, like this. If you want to go for something like a column will be from top to bottom. If you are saying column reverse, then it will be bottom to top. So save will be on the bottom, and then cancel will be on top of it. So there will be four options: could be row, could be column reverse, or could be could be row reverse. So I'm going to go for row right now, and this is how you are going to do the job. Guys, are you getting it? Very simple. And unless you know this, you will not be able to design the user interface there. Of course, I can go back here and I can create one more, you can say, style with width, which is equals to 100, and height, which is equals to 30, for example. And I want to attach that to both of these buttons by saying style, which is equals to styles dot button. So both of them are now 100 pixels or 100 dp, for example, and 30 here. I hope so. So we are having a kind of a button here and a cancel here, though that's fine. Now, actually, let me ask you this question. Can you tell me, like, how do I move a button? I mean, how do I put a button on the left and button on the right? How do you do that? In Android, let me try to change it. Would it change? No, we are using this one here. Fine. So can you tell me, like, how do I do that, guys? I want to put that save on left and cancel on right. How do you do that? Yes, you can do it by using relative layout, right? And you can say one on the other side by saying something like align parent right equals to true. Exactly. Not orientation with them. I'm talking about cancel being available on the right hand side. So there we have to use something like a relative layout. You cannot do that with the linear layout, right? So you have to use a relative layout, and you have to say one is going to be available on the right hand side by saying something like something like align parent right is equals to true, right? This is what we have done there earlier. Now let us see how we can achieve it here easily. And when I say easily, believe me, it's going to be so easy that we have to just change that to not this one. One sec. I'm having the examples here. So this is orientation, that's fine. This is justify content. That's what we are going to use the property with. Justify content has multiple different properties available here. One of them is going to be something like this. Let's say justify content. If I say center, the values will be available in the center orientation. If I say flex start, it will be available towards the left side of it, or start position here. When I say end, it's going to be on the end position. Or if I say space around, there will be space around these two. Around means on both the sides. And when I say space between, this is going to be what exactly you can achieve in Android by using relative layout. See, when you are in Android, you have to use either relative layout or linear layout in order to achieve this. You are in React Native and the things are so simple that you can turn this view into linear layout with orientation horizontal by using flex direction equals to row, or you can turn that into linear layout with the vertical orientation by changing the flex direction to column, or you can turn that into a relative layout by using justify content, space between, space around, whatever you can say. So when we are talking about something like the justify content is going to justify all the contents around the center, around whatever. Center means it's again a kind of a relative layout here. I want to have that in a space between. So I want to separate these two guys on two different ends, So very simple, and probably you can see it's kind of only one line code and the things will automatically be done. Okay, so this is, examples, and that's the reason why I like this page here. So it gives me a complete picture clear, like how the things can be implemented here, you see. There are a few more properties. Align item. So this is going to be an align item and align self. There are two more properties. We'll use them as and when we need them. Okay. Let me just minimize it for now. So this is a kind of a UI that I was looking for from the registration point of view. Okay. So can you tell me, like, guys, you are getting something here? I mean, is it really working for you? I'll wait for you. Okay. Okay. We'll do it later. Fine. No problem, Sneha. That's okay. Mobile app is not showing. Manjiri, how is it possible? Use your device. It must be running in the device. Open your device and see if the application got installed there. And if it is not launching automatically, you can launch it manually. So not a big deal there. Okay, your Android Studio's path is not in the path, environment variable path. Maybe that is the reason why it is not working. Okay, so hopefully, yeah, you will do it later. Fine, no problem. So there is no option now, so you can do it later. Okay, so things are looking good. Now I think we are kind of done with designing the UI. And as I showed you here, designing UI is a piece of cake. In a sense, you can do it easily if you know HTML. So probably you can do that easily there. Okay, fine. No. So sending reload to all the. Okay, so better you do one thing. Who's that? Ekansh, do one thing. If it is not launching, then you can launch it manually. So you can directly go back here, launch that application manually, and then wherever it is running. So when it is running, probably you might have seen that when you run that command, when you run this command, it starts one more tab or one more terminal, and it uses this continuously running process. Okay. Watch what I'm trying to show you here, guys. These are the shortcuts that you should be using so that it will be easy for you to debug the application and refresh the application. Now this is a website. I mean, website in a sense, it's like a website. So if I want to refresh this page, I'm going to use this command prompt and say R. So if I press R, it is going to refresh the page. Again, R is going to refresh the page. Okay. So probably when I say D for debug, and it shows completely a different menu here. So with this, I can click on the debug, and all the things will be shown into a browser like this. You see, it's opening a browser where I can go to the console and all the logs will appear here. So right now I haven't added anything into the logs, but when I start logging something, for example, if I go back and say, before I say return, I'm going to say console.log. It's the same thing. It's a React Native, right? It's a React Native means it's a React. So I'm going to say first app component is launching, like this. So when I run my application, you see the first app component is launching. So the entire UI is now available here. On top of it, if I click on source, maybe I'll have to first reload the application one more time. And if I click on the source, you see the entire source code available here. Probably this is, what is that? It's the base config. I mean, I'm developing the other applications there. So that's a reason why it is completely different right now. Just give me a second. Let me close all of them. We are developing an application for our client. So that is how it is. Just a sec. That's it. So if I go to the SRC, okay, that is my other SRC. So let's see if I can find it. I can click on that, but I can click on this one here. I'm sorry, not here. Or I can say reload the application. And you see that this is the command. So this is the comment. I can click on that app.js 14 and it shows the UI. It shows the source code here. Now you can put a breakpoint and when you say reload the application will be reloading now. When the application will start reloading, it will put the command prompt, so it will put the breakpoint here, and then it will continue to debug from there. So let me say refresh R means it's a refresh, and then it is going to start debugging the application. You see, I got the breakpoint here, and then I can literally debug the application. I can see what is going on literally from the JavaScript point of view. I can say continue, and it will work as if I'm debugging my website. That's the beauty of it. So probably when you are facing some problem, you can always come into the browser and you can put the breakpoint, and then you can debug the application and see where you see the problem or where is the problem in your code, and then you can fix it accordingly. Okay, that is it. Okay, so now we are having the UI. Let us come back and let us do something. When we click on these two buttons, I think the cancel button, I cannot use it. It's like you cannot just move that activity there. So we'll keep it as it is. I mean, we'll keep it only for the show purpose. But for save atlas, I want to do something. What can you do there? So in my save button, I'm going to say on press. Remember, in case of Android, it is going to be on click. We already have done that many a time. So here it is on press. So this is an on press. You're going to get a anonymous function and do whatever you want to do when you click on that button. So maybe I can say save button clicked. See what happens now. Because I'm debugging because I used the D button, so every log will appear right inside my browser console. So if I go back and click on save button, you see it shows save button clicked 5 times because I literally clicked that 5 times. Similarly, if I click on that cancel button, I want to see cancel button clicked. I cannot see anything there. So I'm going to go back here, literally copy and paste it inside my other buttons, cancel button, and I will say this is the cancel button clicked. As simple as that. Look at this. Let me just clear the screen, go back. If I say save button, you see that, I'm sorry, if I say save button, it shows save button clicked twice. Okay, if I click on cancel, it shows the cancel button is clicked. So again, you can handle the button click as simply as using that anonymous function for on press. On press, I think the name itself is self-explanatory. Like on press, you are pressing that button, and when you press that button, I want something to happen. What do you want to happen? What do you want to do here? I just want to put a console.log message. That's it. This is the way we can do that. Okay, so I hope you are getting it. Now comes the challenging point. Now, you tell me, because you already have done that in React last time. Do you remember how to get input from maybe input value entered by user from that input box in React? I showed you this. How did we do that in functional component? Does anyone recall? On click of that button, that is fine. I'm saying, how do I get the input from input box, right? That input control from HTML form. How do you do that? I showed you two ways. Do you remember? We used something like a form, and on submit was the event that we were using. And on submit of this, we were writing a function, and that was giving me e dot target dot elements dot name of that element dot value. And then I said, if you want to go for functional component, then you can go for something like a use state and simply use that on change event to get the values from user. Now here there is no form, by the way. So here if I want to get the input, we have to go for the second implementation or the second way to get the values from user. Now what is the second way? Second way means we have to use that hook. Which hook? The hook which is going to store something into the state, because unless you store that value in the state, you will not be able to modify them. You remember I said that too many times earlier, properties are, or props is read only, while state can be updated. And if you want to modify something, because user is going to enter anything there, which means whatever user is going to enter, we have to store it somewhere. We have to update the value of that existing variable to the one what user is going to enter, and that can be done only with the help of state here. So if I want to use that state, probably I'm going to go back and use that hook here. Can anyone tell me like how or which hook am I supposed to use to put something into state? Can anyone recall? Has anyone revised it? React part? I requested you earlier. Okay, if not, not a big deal. If you want, if you can recall something, we did something like this, we used a kind of array, and then we said something like, say, first name, set first name one. I mean, the first part is the variable name, second part is the method which is going to set the value of it, which is equals to use state, use state, and then we can say the initial value is going to be a blank. If you can recall, this is JavaScript destructure element. It returns an array of two values. One is the element, or one is a variable where you can get the value, and the second one is a reference to the function with which we can set the value. Do you remember this syntax, guys? Line number 13. If you can open your old React applications, you will see one of them is using, or other almost all of them are using this syntax there. This is a React hook, which is going to get the state value or modify the state value. Yes, at least someone says yes. Okay, fine. At least you can recall by looking at it. Okay, don't be surprised and don't give me that again look like saying, sir, we haven't seen that before. We already have seen it. Wait, I don't want to take anything blindly these days, So it's better I can go back and open our so-called code, not here, AWP, and okay, I'm going to open that entire code here. Okay, and if I look at, or if I search for use state, you see this is where we already have done it. This is the counter function, this is the counter app. And when did I do that? This day 20. This is the directory where you can find it. Use state, this is the first functional component, I guess, where we were doing it, right? This is the use component for this counter application. This is for add note screen. This is notes application is also using it. Now can you recall this? This is the same code that you already have seen earlier. This is opened from your directory. Okay, so you cannot say that you haven't seen it. You already have seen that here. Anyways, coming back here, I think we got the first name. Let's go for the second name, in a sense the last name, and say set last name, which is equals to the default value for last name is going to be again empty. Okay, we need an email, so const email set email, which is equals to use state. Again, default is the empty, or maybe you can say a kind of a blank screen. And what do we need? We need a password. So this is going to be a password, and set password, which is again going to be use state, again empty. That's it. Now, whenever user starts adding something into one of those input text inputs, so if I say user is going to say Amit, for example, so as I enter first character, it shows, or rather it throws an event. That event is called as change text event. So on change text event, I want to get the user's input and I want to put them into the respective variables there. How do we do that? To do this, we are going to go back to the text input, the first name, and we'll use on change text. On this change text, first I'll show you what exactly do you mean by that, and then you will see how to do it. This is where I'll directly get the changed value, in a sense the entered value by user. So if I say log value is equals to value, see what happens here on the console side of it. I don't want to see that here. I'm going to go back here and say enter AMIT. You see that it is giving you that callback by sending what character user has entered inside that input box. Now what I want to do here is I want to use this data, or I want to use this value and set it into the first name. So if I want to set that into the first name, instead of adding that to the console, then probably I can say something like, here it is, I can say the first name, set first name value. So the first name will be, I mean the user's first name entered inside that box will be given to the variable first name. So that is how we can do it. Okay, can I do that for the others? Of course, you're just going to copy and paste that here. Sorry, you're just going to copy and paste that here. For text input first name, yep, that is done. For the others, this is going to be a set last name, you see, that is done. For the third one, that's an email. So all we have to change here is set email. And last but not the least, for password. So I'm going to say set password. That's it. So now we are getting all the input values here from user, and finally I'm going to go back to the buttons on press and will show all of these values so that we can confirm that we are getting input from user and we can do something with it. So this is going to be, let's say, first name. If you want to later set this to a user, set this to a server, you can easily do that by saying by getting those values from this variable. So there's no this first name, that's it. IntelliSense sometimes doesn't work here, so it's okay. So this is going to be the last name, this is going to be the email, this is going to be the password. So how do I do that? Did I not get the input from user? Oh, that's what I was wondering. Something is missing. Okay, sorry, I missed this. What the hell? No one no one asked me to change this. It seems like I'm the only person who is writing the code. It should be set phone, right? And this should be set password, because this value is where user is going to enter the password. Pay attention, guys. I need to say myself as well, pay attention. So this is going to be the phone, password, email, that's last name, that's first name, that's it. So let us see what happens now. So probably, oh, I'm so sorry, phone number isn't there. Exactly, phone number isn't there. Phone, okay. And we are calling that method email set phone here. So yeah, there is nothing to be worried about. So let's go back here. Where are you? Here, and say this is going to be the first name. Say Amit. Let's say, I'm sorry. Let's say Kulkarni. Email is equals to amit@test.com. Phone number is +91 blah blah blah, and the password is equals to test. And if I say input whatever it is, sorry, if I click on that save button, I see that it's entering twice. Just a sec. If I say save, and you see that it's going to be shown why the hell it is multiple times getting clicked. So now you see that it's the entire data here. So the first name is right, last name is right, email is also right, password, yes, I use that test1 2q whatever it is, and the phone number, this is entered by user, and this is the right phone number. So it is confirmed that whatever user is entering here, I'm able to get that and put that inside the console. That is it. Now what do you want to do with that input? You decide. If you want, you can send that to server. If you want, you can put that somewhere. If you want, use it wherever you want to use it. So it's up to you. You decide how do you do that. Okay, guys, are you getting it? Okay, so probably, it's the way you can do it now. So it's very simple, and probably we are kind of done with the screen here, or done with this application here. Okay, so things are looking simple, and they are simple, things are really simple. All we need to do here is just use that, and probably, you are kind of done with it. It's all as simple as this. Now I think we are done with that utility. I'm sorry, we use that first application here. Now I'm going to go back and stop this application, and we'll create one more application, and we'll have multi-screen application here. So I'm going to say enter. That is done. I don't want to use this anymore because I stopped that application there. It's not going to work. Just go away. Oops, just go away. I don't want to use this one here. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to go back and create a new application now, just coming out of the directory. So dot, and here I'm going to say npx, React Native app 2. This is where we are creating the second application. Okay, so let us see how it can be done. Now here we will have multiple screens. Okay, it will take a second or two, and once it is created, this may take few minutes, can't help. Good. So now I'm going to go back and open this application in code, Visual Studio Code, right here. Oops, not here. Not needed, not needed. Going to go back inside the app 2, and then we are going to open this. Okay, so here we are. We are getting that here, and probably this is the same code. I mean, this is the same structure, not the same code. This is the same structure. Okay, now I will start running this application. We know how to run that. It's run Android, and it will take a second or two, and probably you are going to see that in a moment on your emulator or on your device, whichever you are using for testing. So let's see. Yep, that is it. So this is where we are getting our first screen. Okay. Okay, so application is running right now. So let us come back and let us start writing multi-screen application. So when I say multi-screen means I have to create multiple components, which are nothing but screens. And I hope you still can recall. No, I know you cannot recall. So better, I'll just show you one of the applications there. Let me open this again. This is the one, and this is the notes application. Do you remember? If this is the notes application, inside that src we created a screens directory, and that screens directory was having different screens, so that's something like about screen, maybe note list screen, sign in screen, and so on and so forth. Okay, that is what I'm talking about, multi-screen application. To do it, I'm going to create a new directory as usual called as the screens. I mean, it's going to be exactly similar. You can copy and paste it. And if you know how to do it for one, you can simply and copy paste it for the others as well. It's so simple, guys. Okay, so we are here and now we want to simply go back and try to try to add at least couple of screens. I'll start with the simple screen first, home screen, for example. So it's going to be home.js, and inside my home.js, I'm going to create this as a component. To create a component, first thing first, we'll have to import React. That's mandatory. You import React from React. That's mandatory. If you don't do it, your application will not work. Then you can decide what are different things that you want to import from React Native. I think at least a text view will be needed. So text view in React Native is a text, and if you want, you can get the button as well. So that's button. Okay, now we'll go for a screen here, which is going to be home screen. So this is going to be const, let's say home, which is going to be a props, and then this is going to be a home screen component. This is the one I'm showing you here. Let's say if it is an about screen, you see that this is the props, and this is exactly what we were doing last time. Okay, nothing different. Don't get it like it's completely different than what we have seen. It's not, so this is going to be a text, which is where I'm going to say this is a home screen, as simple as that. Of course, we'll have to export it by saying export default home. That's it. So this is the way we will create our first screen here. That's a home screen. Now I want to load that home screen here. So if you run this code, you will see there is a welcome to React, and this is the default one, which is coming from app.js. I don't want to use anything here. Rather, I don't want to use anything other than this statement here. I want to use, or I want to write a very simple app component and want to wants to go back here. I mean, I want to go back here in the home screen. How do you do that? You do it by saying like this is the const app. Name of that function need not to be app. It's up to you guys. There is no hard and fast rule. No. So you can say this is an app, which is a component returning a view. Again, returning view is mandatory for you. So this is the view. Okay. Right inside this view, I want to go for a home screen. It's getting automatically imported from here, so I don't have to worry about that. This is the view. Cannot find the view here. Of course, you can't find the view because I have not imported that from React Native. That's it. So what view is already imported now? Sometimes, where is it giving me an error? Maybe the home screen. Exactly. Sorry, I didn't see that. I did not import that view here in the home screen. And you see that the home screen is showing up here. As simple as that. I'm going to go back here and say this is going to be the style. Background color is going to be red, for example. Not for that entire one. I'm going to go for the height is equals to 100%. So it's going to be like entire width, entire height I'm going to use here. So just to represent that, it is a kind of entire screen here. So this is going to be the style. I will say the color is going to be white. Let's say font style and font size is going to be say 30. It's going to be big one, or maybe I'll say 25. Big, maybe a little bit smaller, but at least you'll be able to see it. Text align to center. Okay, and maybe I'll say the margin is going to be 20. Just for example, this is the home screen, or maybe I'll simply use the word home. That is it. Okay, similar to that home screen, I'm going to create one more, let's say about screen, for example. If you want, you can say screen as well, or you can say you can create it without screen. I mean, you can say home screen, about screen, this screen, that screen, and whatever, or you can say home screen, this and that. So choice is yours. It's completely depends on the developer who is writing the code. So maybe if I just copy and paste it, and if I say this is going to be an about This is going to be an about. Okay, I'll change the background color to blue here. So at least we will say the red color means it's a home component or a home screen, and blue means it is a kind of about component here or about screen here. I want to start that application with about. Any guess, guys? How do we do that? Where should I go and what should I enter and what should I write? Right now my application started with a home. Okay, I want to start that with about. Can you tell me how do I do that? Yes, guys. How do I do this? Test intent. Wow, very good. In case of Android, yes, that is case. I'm asking you here in case of React Native, how do I start my application with in about? I'm not asking you how can you go from one to another. All I'm asking is how do I start my application with about component or about screen? Right now it has started with the home screen. How do I start that with about screen? Hmm? Intent filter. Okay, again you're talking about the Android implementation or the Android's manifest file, Akansh. I'm asking here from the React Native, have you seen something? Application is going to start with the app component, isn't it? So if the app component is starting with home, that means it is starting with the home component. If I want to start with about component, all I have to say here is about. That's it. No intent filter, nothing like that. Guys, are you getting what I tried to say here? When you are in React Native, your application is going to start with app. Whichever screen you load here, that will be your startup screen. As simple as that. Okay. Okay, try that and tell me whether it's working for you. I'll wait for you to say yes. At least try once. Mhm. I don't know whether you're trying or not, but I'm hoping that you're trying. No one? Fine, okay. So I'll assume that it will work for you then. Anyway, so now I can see, I can take a decision whether I want to start with the home or whether I want to start with about. So you see that changing at one place. In this case, it's going to start my application with home. I'm so sorry again. This is going to be the input. What is that? About, and this is going to start with about. You know how simple is this? See, this is the way we can do that. Now I want to have a button inside a home and I want to go to about screen. So here I want to start with home screen only. And then I want to go from first to second screen. In a sense, inside my home, I want to have a button. I already have imported one there. So I'm going to say there is a button needed. That button is going to have a title which is equals to something like about, for example, you know, and this is where I will have to write the code. If I'm writing an Android code, there I would have created an intent filter. I'm sorry, intent, not intent filter, intent, and I would have gone to the about screen there. It was very simple. We already have seen that earlier as well. Okay, so how do I do that here? Now, guys, pay close attention because this is literally different. This is not as simple as Android. I mean, it's simpler, I know, but there are few things. These are in this case will be done little bit extra that is not needed in case of Android's native development. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the documentation again. So I'm going to say React Native Dev. And inside my docs, you can search directly from here as well. Inside this one, you can say something like what? Something like a, what am I looking for? Yes, I'm looking for navigation. So I'm sorry, navigation, React navigation. So navigation libraries, no, I'm going to go for the React navigation. This is the one. Unfortunately, React navigation is not by default added in your project when you start it. So you'll have to install, excuse me. So you have to install few libraries there. So this is where we can find a command. You can simply copy this or copy this. Go back, stop this here, the one which is running, say Control C and press enter. It will stop. It will give you an error here. Don't worry, just simply exit it. We don't care about that. Now I'm going to go back here, use the command npm install react navigation, and probably once it will take some time. So once it get installed, we are installing two things, React navigation native and React navigation stack. This is the one which is going to give us a stack based implementation. What do you mean by that? I'll explain that in a second. Let us start at least installing them. So we are not using expo, we are using npm. So I'm going to go and copy this and put that in my command prompt. After we are done with this, it's going to take couple of minutes to install all the libraries there. So let us put this command, and then we'll go back to the whiteboard in my iPad, and I'll explain what you mean by this. Understand that, and probably you will see how to navigate between the screens. Okay, it's going to take some time. So better we'll go for the implementation, or we'll go for the concept first, and then we'll implement it by literally copy pasting few lines of code. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to create a something called as navigation. So this is called as a navigation. Okay, let us understand this now. This is called as a navigation. Okay, when you go for a navigation, again, this is inspired from iOS. So in case of Android, this will be handled automatically by sending the sending the intents. Okay, so behind the scene, it's going to do that job. Think about this. So what happens here is when we are in React Native, we are going to create a navigation here. This is generally called as app container. And inside this app container, we are going to create a navigation stack. So this is the navigation stack that I am going to use in order to go from one screen to another screen. So what happens here is it is going to be considered as a stack. Wait, what do you mean by stack? I hope you know stack. Stack means one top of another, and it's like first in, last out. I hope you are there, guys, and you can recall. Yes, first in, last out. This is exactly what we have added here, or last in, first out, whatever you can say. So what happens here is, see, this is the way we are going to implement it, or this is the way React Native has implemented that stack feature here. Imagine that you are having a home screen here. Okay, so this is the home screen. I mean, whatever screens you are having right now, you can add them inside this. This is the home screen, and say this is the about screen, for example. And let's say there is another one, simply like contact us. Contact us. Okay, so what happens here is you are going to add all of these screens one by one inside that app container. In a sense, if I am going to just add that, or if I want to add, or if I want to navigate amongst those screens, then I will keep on adding them inside my stack. This is given by app container, and this is the stack. So I will start with the home. Okay, then there is about, and then there is something like a contact us. So this is a kind of a stack here, and when I say stack means you can add something on the inside that stack, maybe one top of another. So this is generally considered as a stack, and because it is a stack, it's going to give you first in, last out, or last in, first out kind of screen. So you can switch between the screens, and this will be handled like this. So whatever screen you want to show inside the screen or whatever component you want to show inside the screen, you can just bring it up and then you can put it another one here. So whatever is on the top will be shown to the user. That's how the screen is implemented. That's how the stack is implemented. So stack is going to be kind of really a stack, which is going to have a first in last out feature, or whichever is on the top will be shown to the user, and that is how we can do it. Let us go and understand this from so-called documentation. So if you just look at the documentation here, probably you might see this navigation between the screen. Okay, there is a diagram, I guess, somewhere. Leave it. So this is what we are going to do here. This is the navigation container, which is going to be created as an app container you can think about. And that app container or navigation container here will have different stack screens. That's a stack navigation and that's a stack screen we are going to create here. So let us see how it can be done and how is it going to be helpful for us to or to get the data or to get this navigation into our application. Okay. So I'm going to go back inside my, where is it? Inside my application here. So the changes will be done inside the inside the app component here. So we'll have to use React Native gesture handler if you want to use a gesture like swipe between the views for that, and then you will go for navigation container and we'll start from there. Okay. So how do I do this then? To do this, I'm going to literally copy and paste some code later, or maybe I can think of it as fine. We'll see how it can be done. So I'm going to go back and say this is the way I have to write the code. So let us see how it is possible for us to do the job. Let's put it aside for now and think about this in the other way. I'm going to go back to app.js here. Okay. The very first thing, and it's very important thing that we should go for when we are thinking about something like a navigation here. So the very first thing is like we cannot just show a stack, we cannot just show a view directly like this. Instead of that, we have to show a container. Generally, it's called as an app container, or you can create it by using navigation container. So how do you get the navigation container? Maybe you can start typing it and see if it automatically comes there. Navigation container. Can we see that? Very good. So this is the navigation container, which is coming from React navigation / React / native. That's what we are going to get from. Remember, we don't need this now. Remember, we are going to use the gesture, the React Native gesture recognizer, gesture handler, and that we can import it from import React Native gesture handler. Exactly. So this is the one. This is needed for handling the gestures. Like you can think of it as like coming from one screen to another screen. You can use a swipe behavior there. So that's how we can do it. Now I want to create a stack, the stack which will have this last in first out implementation. So I'm going to create that stack. To create that stack, we'll have to import a function. We have to import a function from React navigation @React -navigation /stack. What is it? It's like create stack navigator. That's the function which is going to give me a stack, and I'm going to call this as a stack. You can call it anything, it doesn't matter. It's just the name of it, So you can call that function create stack navigator, and it is going to give you the stack navigator here. So stack is going to be this create stack navigator here. Fine. Now what am I going to do? What am I going to do with it? I'm going to go back and say this is inside this navigation container. I am going to use something like a stack dot navigator. Am I going to get that? Yeah, very good. So stack dot navigator, and inside this navigator, we'll go back and add different stack screens. So this is going to be a stack dot screen. So there we will add a couple of screens. Like this is my first one, second one. How many of them? There are only 2. So here we are going to say like which screen is this? I'm going to assign a name to that screen by saying the name is kind of a home. So this is the name. Think about it as a path. Okay. This is the component. Which component? the home component. It will get automatically imported. I shouldn't have deleted it, but it's okay. So this is the one we can start with, the home component. And there's one more I need, which is an about. And I can go back here and say component, which is equals to an about. About is the name of the component. And this name is going to be a kind of, this is a kind of a unique name which will identify this component. So if I want to go to, let's say home component, I will use the key as home. And if I want to go to about component, I will use a key as about. So that is how we are going to do the job. Okay. Let us go back, run our application here. We are going to say run React Native, run Android. It will take a second or two, and then it will start running this application here. Okay. Wait a second. By the time it is loading it, let me see if it is doing the correct job. Navigation container, that's right. That's right. Navigation, stack navigation, that's right. Stack screen, if I'm not mistaken. Am I writing the correct code? Of course I am. Yes, that's right. Okay, so let's go back to our emulator, and yeah, you see that by default is showing the home here. Not only that, it is also creating a navigation bar. In Android, this is called as an action bar. So it's giving me the navigation bar or action bar here, and that action bar is also having a title like a home. I mean, you can control that title, by the way. So you might go back and, sorry, you might go back here and say, I need some options where the title could be something like first or home activity. I'm sorry, a home screen, whatever. Am I doing it right? Of course, that is the right. Why it is not giving me an option here? Oh yeah, sorry, this is an object. I'm so sorry. This is an object. That's what I was wondering, like why the hell it's not coming. So home screen. So whatever title you want to put there, you will see the title is home screen, and this is my home label or home text that I added in the home screen. That's it. Now clicking on about, I want to literally go from here to about. Of course, you can also add a title here. It's an optional part, but still you can say this is going to be an about screen. You see, we are having two keys here. Key home is going to go for home screen, and a key about is going to go to the about screen. What do you mean by that? That means if I'm going to go with, let's say, home screen is going to get the props. Props is for for receiving the properties. And when you click on that button, I want to go back and say props.navigation. This object props is going to get a navigation property, and on top of it, we are going to get, or we are going to call a method called as navigate, and we will use the key. If I use the key, it will go nowhere. I think we'll have to use that key about, so that from home screen, I can go to about. Okay. So this button, when we click on that, we are going to call props.navigation.navigate. And when I say about means it is going to the about screen. So if I click on that about, you see that it has gone to the about screen. Did you notice something? When we are going to about screen, it also has changed the title. It also has added, look at that. It also has added this back arrow here. And it's not again for show purpose. It literally works, you see. So I'm going to click on that. You will see it's really working fine. So this is the way I can navigate between the screens, and this can be done in a simpler way like this. I guess guys, you are getting it. Are you? Very good. Very good. Okay, so probably if you are getting it, that's fantastic. I now know like how to navigate between the screens, right? Good. Now, what am I going to do with this? I think in my home screen, anyways, we are having a home screen there. About will keep it as it is for now. Maybe I'll go back to my home screen. Home screen, where are you? And I'll just go back. And hopefully that red color doesn't look good. So let's remove this. And title, sorry, text. We don't mind it actually, because we don't need that now, because our home screen, my title is going to have that, but sorry, my screen title is already having the home screen inside it, so I don't have to say it is a home now. So probably here I'm going to add a padding of 16. This is what we have done earlier so many times, 16 dp, and this is going to go to about. I'll keep it as it is, and just below it I want to display some data. Okay, same code what we have written earlier. If I'm going to go back here and say const name, which is equals to, maybe I'll say person name better. Person name is going to be person1. See, just to prove the fact that whatever we have done earlier, it's still working here. Const address, which is equals to Pune, and const phone number, which is going to be +91 blah blah blah. So I'm going to display that information just below that button about. How do we do this? To do this, I'm going to need a text here. Okay, text is going to be a name, where you remember we can get that information stored in the variable and using curly brackets. Yesterday we talked about the similar things in Angular. Do you remember? In Angular we use double curly brackets. Here we are using single curly brackets. We are in React right now. So this is where we are going to get the person name. Okay, let's go back and copy paste, and then we can say this is an address of that person, and this is the phone number for that person. Okay, and you see that I'm getting the data right here. As simple as that. Okay, maybe like similar stuff. I'm gonna go back here and say const person sir, or let's say person first, because this is where an object is. You know, this is the name person2, for example. Okay, address is equals to Mumbai, and last, let's say phone number is going to be +91 blah blah blah. Okay, now I want to see the list person's data here. How do I do that? First, let's go back and add a kind of horizontal ruler. We already have seen how to do that. So it's going to be style. We'll use the width as 100% like this, and height as maybe 1 or 2, and change the background color to something like a gray. So this is going to be a kind of horizontal ruler here. This is exactly the same piece of code we have written, almost written in the Android. I'm going to add the margin on top and bottom. There is something called as margin vertical. Let's say on margin top and bottom side, I want to keep the distance or keep the space of 10 pixels or 10 dps. Now here I'm going to see the person information, person2's information here, call it as a person2, by using the similar stuff. In a sense, this is the data I'm looking for, and here I'm going to go with, let's say, person2 dot name. You see, sorry, this is going to be an address. Where is that address? Person2 dot address. Is that address having the same name? No, that's correct. So that's an address, and probably, you know, this is going to be a phone number. So person2 dot phone number. That's it, guys. So we are getting the data from user, sorry, not user, data from an object, and this is how we are doing it. Same story, guys, same story. There is no change here. We don't need to go for this one. I mean, go for every single example of it. By the way, do you remember, guys, we can also go for getting the data, I mean, dynamically as well from the user, and we can store it there. It's exactly what we have seen earlier. Okay, very simple part. I mean, is it like I have to show every single example here? Can you do all of these things on your own? Because we already have seen them in the React, right? So you can do that later. It's like exactly is going to be same. What is different? Different is the list implementation. That is going to be a little bit different. Okay, watch this. I bet on that. When you see this, you will literally dance with joy. You know, why? You see that now. I'm going to create a button first. Sorry, we'll create a button first, and we'll say that this is the button having a title, let's say person. So I'm going to create a new screen there, persons list screen, and there I will load all the persons there. Okay. On press of that, I'm going to launch a new, sorry, I'm going to call a new function like this. And here I want to go to another screen. So if I want to go to another screen, how do you do that? First, create a component. It's going to be something like persons or person list component, whatever you can call it as, JS. Okay. First, import React. That's going to be important from React. Okay. Import something from React Native. Then you can create a const, let's say person list screen. You can call it as a screen or you can keep it as it is. And then you can say props, which is equals to return. Just for now, sorry, just for now, I will say view, which is going to be, we don't have to do anything. I'll just come empty view for now. And don't forget to say export default, that's going to be person list. The only thing which I do not like about React is like there is no tooling here. Yesterday, do you remember, if I wanted to create a component, I was using a command ng generate component and it was creating every single thing for us, remember? Now that's the only downside of using React. I mean, there is a solution for that. It's okay, you can just look at a couple of different plugins for Visual Studio Code and you can get it done. But you know, having a tool like ng will solve too many problems. So that's the only thing which I like about the Angular. I mean, I know I like both of them, but still, this is the downside of React. That's what I feel. Anyways, coming back to the app screen here, sorry, app component here, I'm going to go back and add one more. This is, let's say, person list. The component here is like person list, which is getting automatically imported from there. And this is going to be persons. I will call it as persons. Okay. Now, I'm in the home screen right now. On click of this, I want to go to person list. How do you do that? To do this, we are going to say props dot navigation dot navigate, and where do you want to go to? Person list. So save, and probably when we click on persons, you will go to persons list. So you see, I'm going to come back here. This is about, we are going to go to the about screen, and from here we are going to the person screen. As simple as that. Okay, so now we'll focus on the persons list. Okay, now here I'm going to go back and start with a const person names or maybe countries, for example. Simplest example, we already have seen that example earlier in case of Android using the list view. Okay, USA, UK, and then Japan. I'm sorry, Japan, that's it. I want to display these countries here. Now, do you remember, guys, how do you display that in React? Not React Native, React. How do you do that? Yes, guys, how do you do that in React? I'm asking some question, guys, looking for an answer. Do you remember something called as a map function? Have we used a map function to do this? Do you recall something? Okay. At least when I give you a hint, you might, I mean, you should recall it because we already have seen that. Okay, so when you say you're in React, then you generally will go for something like a map, which is exactly, which is a for each, and then you will return something there. Here, it's a completely different story. When you are in React, there is a core component. So if you go to the core component, there is a core component called as a scroll view. You can implement that scroll view here in case of Android, in case of React Native, but there is a better control available, which is called as a flat list. So this is the flat list. Flat list is the way we can create multiple items here like this. How do you do that? All we have to use here is the flat list like this. I'll show you how it can be done. Very simple. So I'm going to go back here and say this is a flat, sorry, this is a flat list. Sorry, flat list. Will you know? I'm sorry, flat list. Okay. So within this view, I want to put one flat list somewhere here by saying this is the flat list, which is going to have the data. Data means which data you want to put inside this flat list, or where is your collection. My collection is in countries, you know. So I will say the data is in countries. Do not expect that automatically be there. So you said that this is a kind of countries collection. The collection is just for you to say that this is the data which is going to be available there. But if you really want to put the elements inside those maybe list items, then you will have to go back and use another function called as a render item, which will be a function, see, which will be a function where you are going to get an item at that particular index or at all the index, and here you are going to return something. So I'm going to say return view, and probably I'll use only a text here and we'll put an item. So this is the way we are going to do it. Text is not imported, not a big deal. Let's import that text here. Okay, now look at that. If I click on persons, I will see that item, 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 item. Ha ha ha, so stupid. This is a data, right? This is a variable. I should have used a curly bracket here. Okay. Index separator, fine. Item index separator, fine. I can use that item directly, or we can use an index as well. See, the problem here is this is a JSON. So actually what happens here is if you just go back and say this is item dot to string, this would have worked. Again, this is not the right implementation. This is not the right way to do it, because it is going to give me an object like this. I can go back here. I mean, this is an index here. So I can go back here and get the countries of index dot, or maybe countries of index. That is also going to be suffice. So it will take a second or two, and probably it should show me the countries information or countries data. What the hell? Sometimes, we'll have to restart the application if it doesn't work, but let's give it a try first. Let's say countries, or maybe country at this index is equals to maybe countries of index. Okay, so probably if I look at my output somewhere here, that's older one. Let's look at this one here. It says country is undefined. Very good. Why is it undefined? Because, okay, fine. Then if it is not the case, I'm going to use this one here. That's fine. We'll use the item itself then. We could have used the index, but it's not allowing me to do it. It's fine. You see that this is an object, or this is an item. The item is going to have an index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3. And inside it, there is a key called as an item, which gives you an option here. Okay. So if you do not want to do it, there is a better way. I mean, I should have seen that. Exactly. It should have given me that render item here, or maybe something like an item here, but it's not. Leave it. So if I want to get that, I don't have to use that index here. We can directly use this item, or maybe I can say country item, which is having an item within it. I mean, this country item is going to be every single object inside that array, and that array is going to have an item key within it. Have you seen something on console? This is an object that you are receiving for every single time, and then you are going to have index item blah blah blah. I'm looking for this India, which is inside that item. So I'm going to go back and say country item dot item here. That's it. This is the way we can do it. There is another way actually. You can fix it by using this. If you can recall, using this something called as a destructure item, or maybe a object destructuring, and then you would have directly used item as well. So this would have been the case as well. If you really want to, chances are less that you will get it, but still, you can get all the values here: India, USA, UK, Japan, whatever it is. So we can get a country item here, for example, like what I said last time. And then we can say country item dot item. Either you can do this so that you can get the value here. You see, this can be done in this way, or you can go for the other way. I'll do it in a next example. So this time I'll keep it simple. Whatever the object available inside the data is going to give you three things, actually couple of things, but for us, three things are important. One of them, where are you? One of them is an index. Second one of them is item. And the third one of them is separators, which is not needed right now. So you can simply skip that. And that's what the documentation was telling us. Like inside this, you can say render, here it is, separator object. There are a couple of examples here as well. You can, if you go and see this, couple of examples there, you can just go and try to look at them. Right now, I'm going to use the simplest one, by simply saying this is a flat list which is having a data that is nothing but an array. This is the render item. This object along with some other information will be given to you. Out of that, item will point to the actual value, and that you are putting inside a text. Now, this looks so pathetic. It's so small. It's so pathetic here. Don't worry. I'm going to create a style here, which will be kind of, I'm going to go back here and create a style sheet first. I hope you can still recall there is something called as a style sheet. Style sheet. You can use it here and say const styles, which is equals to style sheet dot create, and this is where you are going to create the style sheets. I'm going to call it as a country item, which I'm going to change the font size to something like 15 or 18, for example. We'll see how does it look like. This is where we are going to say styles dot country item, and yeah, 18. It's a little bit small. Let's go for 20. Yeah, a little bit larger. That's good. We are going to add the padding from all the positions. Let's say 10, for example. Yes, that's good. Going to add a border from all the positions again. So border is going to be, I'm sorry, border color, which is going to be let's say gray, for example. Again, border radius, which is going to be 10. Hopefully you will see that in a second. Border width, okay, and the margin, which is going to be 10. Let's see if elevation works. Elevation is 5432. Oh, it's too big right now. Let's go for 1. It does look worse. It's okay. So probably margin is gonna be 5. That looks wonderful. If you want, you can change that background color to white. Okay, so here I am adding the padding on the top, and yeah, that looks wonderful. Yes, so probably, sorry, I think there is no point of adding the padding here then. Sorry, not on this one, my bad. Should I have added that right here? That is fine. So now we can see we are having a list of values here. You see India, USA, UK, Japan, so on and so forth. As simple as that. If you do not want to go for all of that stuff, again, choice is yours, whether you want to do it in this way or not. So you can go for a simpler way. You don't even have to go for a margin in that case. You can simply add a border, let's say bottom color, which is gray, and a border bottom, let's say width, which is equals to 1, and probably you will get a similar UI like Android. I mean, it's very can I have the light gray? So this is very light gray, and exactly what you can emulate or simulate the Android's list view. It all depends on you what you want to do it and how you want to do it. I hope you can understand, guys. This is so simple. All we are doing here is we are creating a list of values. See how simple is that? Exactly. It's going to be so simple here. Just add the keys, I'm sorry, add the countries, and this will make sense. So Australia. Sorry. So Australia, whatever. Maybe something like new, whatever. That's okay. So probably UK and UAE, that simpler one. Okay. So UAE, UK is already there, and that's it. So you can add the data and it will be available there. It's as simple as that. Okay. So see how simple is that? Now this is simple because we are using only string values inside it. Okay. Now I'll do one thing. I'll create one more list, and here I will I will say this is the product list. So these are the products.js. Okay. Better I'll just copy and paste instead of wasting your and my time to do the same stuff again. So this is going to be products, and we don't have to do it now, you know. Background color worst. No, I don't want to use that. I don't want to even use this one here. It's better we just add padding of 16. So here we will use the list of products. The products means, literally speaking, these are product objects. You know, ID is going to be one, or a title is going to be product one. If you want, you can go for a price. Price is going to be, let's say, 100, and description is going to be, this is product one. You see, that's my product one. Let's go for product 2, 3, 4, 5. Imagine that the data we are receiving from one of the API calls. 200, for example, 300, 400, and 500. Okay. And this is product 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's it. So we are having the list of products here. And now I want to display the list of products here. Okay. How do we do that? Before I do anything, I'm going to add one more stack screen here and say, this is going to be products. Okay, this is going to be products. So this is the screen, and there also I will see the products. Now inside my home screen, see, this is where we are. This is the persons actually. So similar to that persons button, I want to include one more, and that's going to be something like products, you know, products, that's it. Okay, so probably what I need here is the style. Let's say margin top. Do we have the style here now? Margin top, which is equals to 10. So at least there'll be some space in between. Button style, there is something. What the hell? There is accessibility, that's fine. Color, key, disabled button, leave it. That's okay. So right now we are having the persons and products. Now when I click on products, it goes to the products one. So the product screen is where we want to see the list of products. And when I say products, this is an array of objects, not like array of strings. So how do we do this? Again, same story. We are going to come back here and say this is a flat list. Okay. So that flat list is going to have the data. This is the flat list. Inside that flat list, we are going to have the data, and the data is nothing but the products. Nothing is going to show here by default. We'll have to write the render item, where we are going to get, you know, an object with which we can get item and index out of it. This is an object destructuring item and index. That will be easy for me to render the item. Okay, so here we want to return a view inside which I want to go back and say this is the text. Okay, maybe text is having, let's say, ID, which is going to be item.id. Let's see if it shows. You see that item.id is present now. See, the text is going to be the title, which is item.title. Okay, and we need one more, I guess, two more. This is the price, and this is the description. Price and the description. You see, I'm getting all the data here. Again, like last time, you can assign a style by saying we don't have style yet, right? So let's come back here, and I hope I can do it easily by saying styles is equals to style sheet dot create, and I'm sorry, style sheet dot create. What the hell? Create. Where is it getting from? Style sheet. It's not getting from anything, so it's better we can just put it there, and then we can say create. Okay, here we can add, let's say, product item, and that product item I'm going to use here as styles dot product item. Right now it's not showing anything, not a big deal. Now I'll say start with margin 10. Will it be big? I think it is too big. Let's go for margin equals to 5. Then we will go for, let's say, having a border if you want to. Again, all of this stuff, why am I writing it again? It's already been done last time. So I'm going to literally copy this and paste it here. Let's uncomment that, and boom, you see I'm getting all of these things right here. Margin has already been mentioned, so background color is going to be white. See how simple is that? If you are writing imagine guys, imagine you are having an array like this, and if you want to do that in Android, what do you need? You need a list view or a recycler view. If you are going for a list view, we'll have to create an adapter, we have to create one more XML file. How many things are there in Android? Do you remember? Becomes a little bit difficult, isn't it? And that's where the React comes into picture. That's where the React's beauty come into picture. That's the reason why I love React Native. React Native is such a simple that person who knows HTML, CSS, and JavaScript can create any type of application with no time, within no time. Two files for the same UI. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter. So probably this is what we were looking for, as simple as that. By the way, 1 minute, I know there is something called as a shadow, and instead of me creating it, it's better we can just search for that shadow. There is one, yeah, here it is. I can directly copy and paste that. A shadow is, these people are showing an example, fine, leave it. So I need the shadow right here. So where are you? So there I need the shadow. Shadow color is equals to gray, for example. Shadow offset, shadow radius is 5, for example. Again, shadow offset from where you want to, I mean, from width wise how much, and height wise how much you want to move from here to there. Shadow opacity, which is going to be 0.5. Is it showing something? No. What am I missing now? That's okay. That's fine. That is also fine. Shadow. What is not? Why is it not giving me the shadow? Let's try elevation. Hopefully this time elevation might work. Okay, here it is. Oh, still not. Something is missing. Shadow. Am I missing something, boss? Shadow radius. Am I right? Yeah, I already have used the shadow radius, offset this. Now I have already added this. Am I missing something? I don't remember. Generally, I copy and paste the code from the other tool. So let's check this out. React Native shadow, not bottom only, just a shadow. Yeah, that's a shadow props. I think that's what we were looking last time. It's not that. Do you have any example where we can generate one? Yeah, this is exactly what I want to do. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I generally copy and paste the code like this, makes sense. So I'm going to copy and paste that code, and probably if I go back here, wow, do you feel that there is a shadow? I don't know whether you can. Let's go for width 1. Yes, I hope you can see that. It becomes very simple. I don't have to remember all of these things, I generally use something like this, the code generator, and probably you can get the visual UI that becomes very simple. That's how I generally do it. See, I'm a developer, I don't have that much of time to literally sit here and do it R&D and blah, blah things. We are running out of time when we are delivering the applications, So that's how I generally do it. That's why I don't remember all of this stuff there. Just copy and paste, it will solve your problem. See how much time it took us to complete the entire view here. Border radius 10 is too big. Let's go for 5. Makes total sense here. As simple as that, guys. Okay, simple enough, isn't it? That's it. Okay, so probably now we know like what type of UI we can develop and how we can develop the UI in the React Native. Okay, now I think We have seen the basic stuff, fundamental stuff. Now the time has come to call API and get the things done from the API itself. Okay, I'm not going to show all the examples again. You do it on your own because I showed you all of these examples earlier in React part, and you already have seen the complete big picture there in the React. You already have seen how to do this in Android. Now I'm going to show you one or two examples, and probably you do the rest of the things. I hope you will agree on it. Okay. Anyway, so coming back here, I think it's better we can take a break in between. We'll call a couple of APIs, we'll get the data, we'll show that in the UI, and then I'll show you, and then I'll explain the other two things. One of them is Android's architecture. Hopefully that's the last point. And no, that's only one thing. And then we'll call it a day. Okay, fine. Let's take a break and then we'll come back and then we'll continue with this one here. Okay. It's not timer, sir. It's timer. What the hell? 15 minutes timer. Not that. I love this one. Simple and elegant design. You there, guys? Very good. Fine. So let us continue and let us see how we can call an API and how we can go from there. Okay. I'm going to create a new project. We'll stop working on this. We have added too many things here. So coming back here and create a new application, npx React Native init app 3. That's right. I think if I go back to my application here, we don't need that. We don't need this either. And we'll create, a simple application here and see what we get there. It will take a second or two, and then we will see how we can call an API. Now, instead of calling our API, Express API, I think it's better we can just go for a JSON placeholder. That's better. That's simpler. So this is the one. Maybe I can use this to-dos list, and probably this is going to give me the list of to-dos. You see, this is where we can get the to-do item. I can see it's maybe it's a very simple ID, user ID, title, and blah, blah, blah. So that is it. Fine. So we'll call this API, whatever it is, and that API will give us the list of objects, or you can say the array of objects, and those we will display them inside a list view. So that's a very simple application. Clicking on which I want to go to the next screen, and we will display the selected item there. Okay. So I'm here. I'm going to go back to app 3. We'll open that in Visual Studio Code. And I'm sorry. Oops. And then we will come back and then run that application. So npx React Native run Android. That's it. So it will run that application here. It will take a second or two. By the time we'll start writing the code. So precisely, wait a second. I think we need the navigation as well. So there is no point of showing it right now. So it's better we can just go back and install the required libraries, not that either, not even that. This is the one. So React navigation. So install this. Okay, this is the first set of libraries and the second set of libraries. Without that, we cannot do anything. Okay. So hopefully this will bring us the navigation, and we'll create two components: the to-do list item or list screen and selected to-do screen, something like that. We'll see. We'll figure out. And that's the second set of libraries. That is gesture, context, screen, and other things. That is optional. Even if you don't do it, it's fine. It's okay. So npx run Android. Now it makes sense. It will automatically start running that application in a moment. Before that, I'm going to go back here, and I think there is nothing we need from here. So we are going to delete that entire part, and we'll start a simple application for now. We'll see how to add all of this stuff there. By the way, this time I'm not going to waste too much of time here. So probably this is what I'm looking for. I'm going to copy this and we'll paste it right here. Okay. This is maybe. So this is going to be app, So this is an app where we want to have those screens, That's it. There's nothing here. We don't have to, it's already been recorded. We do not have any home screen yet. So I'm going to create a new directory called as screens. Okay, and here I want to create, let's say, to-do list component. If you want, you can say to-do list screen or something. Depending again on how you want to create it, you can use that. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and say React, import React from React. Okay. Next, I think we'll have to create a const to-do list screen, which is equals to a functional component. You see, we are going to render, for now, we are going to render a view. And we'll say export default to-do list screen. Okay, here we are. We want to add that to-do list screen here. So it's going to be, let's say, to-do list. And this is the component. So this is to-do list screen. This is going to be to-do items. Okay. We don't have anything like stack screen like this. So we'll keep it as empty as this. If I open this, it shows the to-do items. There is nothing inside it. Okay. I want to call that API here. Oops, I have to again stop for a second because we have to install one more library. If you can recall, we used something called Axios. So probably here we are going to use again npm install Axios, and this Axios is going to give us a chance to download or to call REST APIs. This is exactly what we have done earlier. I don't know how many of you can still recall it, but this is something we have done earlier. Actually speaking, I'm going to go back here and I want to call a function. So coming back here, I will say const load items, which is equals to, this is where we are going to call that function. So I want to call that function and want to store the data right here. Maybe I can do it directly inside it. Do you remember? This is the functional component. If I want to do something at the time of screen loading, how can I do that? Okay, I know you don't remember that, so it's leave it. So to do this, we are going to use another hook called as use effect. Use effect hook will be used for doing something, doing something at the time of loading the screen. So if you put the second array empty, this is going to be called at the time of screen loading. So I'll say will be called at the time of loading screen. As simple as that. Okay. Here we are supposed to write the code. To write the code, I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. That's the library that we are using here. And precisely, I'm going to say Axios dot. I think it's a get method that we are supposed to call. This is the URL. Copy and paste. And then you can say then, actually then. And here you are going to get the response. Whatever response we are going to get, I'll put that right here. Response.data is what we are going to get. Okay. See what happens here. So if I look at the, oh my God, look at that. It's too big right now. I'm going to say D. I hope you can remember. D means debug, and it shows the menu. I'm going to say click on that debug, and it will show me all the logs on my screen. It becomes very simple here. Say refresh, and you see that once you call refresh, you will see all of these things right here. What is that? Null object resource. That's okay. So save it and probably reload. Yes. If I go back here, you see I'm getting 200 records here, you see, and this record is having completed false, ID1, blah, 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 whatever. So data, I'm getting it here. Okay, so if it is the case, I'm going to go back and probably will get the data and we'll put that in a state. So to do this, I'm going to say, to do items or items, and we'll call it, we will use a method or a function, set items. To do this, we have to call use state, and to start with, I'm going to go for a blank string, a blank array. This is something we already have seen earlier. Guys, this is not new. Okay, you already have seen this earlier. All we have to say here is set the items and pass that response.data. Sorry, response.data. So I'm going to say like whatever data we are getting, put that in a state. So I'll say update state using the data downloaded from that REST API. That's what we are supposed to do. To do this, I am going to use that flat list, So that flat list is going to get the data here. So this is where we are going to send the flat list. The flat list is going to have the data, which is nothing but items, and there is a function called as render item. Now the render item, I'm going to extract the item out of it, you see, and that item is where we are supposed to put it on the screen, and we are supposed to display that one by one. Okay, maybe I'll say return a view like this, and here I want to get the data. I don't know what is there. ID, completed, title, and user ID. So I think title is what we are looking for, or ID is what we are looking for. So text, maybe I can say ID, which is equals to item.id. Okay, and one more text, which is going to be the title. This is the to do title. This is going to be item.title. Yes, I know. This is what I need to get it from this React Native. Okay, so look at that. Oh my God, I got the data here. It's so fast. So I got the data here. I mean, it looks so pathetic, I know. It's okay. We'll take care of it right now. So maybe I can say style is going to be, it's better we can create the style sheet here. Always do it when you are creating a new component. So this is going to be style sheet. Create an object of it. Maybe we can say styles equals to style sheet dot create. Sorry, create, and there we will supply all of them. So maybe I can say to do item 1. I want to add a margin, let's say 5. I want to add a padding, let's say 10. And remember that site I used last time to generate the, where is that? What the hell? Shadow, I'm sorry, React Native Shadow. All of them are bookmarked on my other machine. On this machine, I don't have them. Oh yeah, that is the one. Exactly. And that looks wonderful to me. So I'm going to copy this and paste it right here. Okay. Coming back here inside that styles, and I'll say styles dot to do item. That's it. And if I'm sorry, that's an object we want to go for. Oh yeah, that is it. The only thing why it is not looking good is because it doesn't have any border. So border color is going to be gray. Border width is going to be say 1, and that's it. What the hell? Doesn't look good. It's elevation. Yep. Why is it not looking good then? It was looking better, right? Let's say border radius is going to be 5 or 10, right? Why the hell it is not showing the shadow now? Or is it showing it? I think it is showing it, but it is too small right now. Okay, fine. We know that it's going to be shown there. We already have seen that last time. So background color is going to be white. Okay, so you see that this is the data that we were looking for, and I got the data as simple as that. I don't have to say it's a title because we know it's a title. We don't have to say 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think ID is anyways needed. So this is the data that we are looking for. These are all to-do items. See how simple is that? It's damn simple, in fact, damn simple. How you want to decorate it, it all depends on you guys. You decide what you want to do there. Okay. Okay, that's okay. Okay, so hopefully the things are looking good. I think the only thing which I'm looking for is, clicking on this and going to the next screen. To do this, it's not by default clickable. It's not like a list where you can go for, the list item and you can do it there. There has to be something. There is something called as touch. I'm sorry. Touch. Which one should I go for? Touchable, highlight, touchable opacity. Let's go for touchable opacity. That's fine. So touchable opacity is nothing but if you want to make any view or anything touchable, like if you click on that, you see it is going to be a text and you can see that effect. This can be done because of that touchable opacity. So this is the touchable opacity. I'll have to get it here. Excuse me. So I'll say touchable opacity, not component. touchable opacity is what am I looking for? This is the one. And you put that view as a kind of child view of it. And then you can say on press of it, you want to call something. Okay, so right now I will say alert. We haven't used that alert yet. Alert. And I can say test alert, or maybe I can say item selected. Alert is nothing but the alert box. So probably if I click on that, you see it shows alert box. Now see the effect. This is called as touchable opacity. It changes the opacity of it, and it makes your it makes your item clickable. You see, I'm clicking on that and it shows the item selected. If you don't want to say item selected, you can also say item dot title. So you know which title is getting selected here. So click on that and it shows the title. Click on that, it shows the title. Click on that, it shows the title. So this is the way we can put an alert. It's not like alert I want to put. It's like I want to go to the next screen. Which screen? I think I need to create one more screen where we can say this is to do item screen. .js. Okay, fine. Let's again say import React from React. Okay, import something from React Native. Okay, so there I want to get the text at least view. That is it. We are going to create a const to do item screen is equals to, this is the props. Okay, and return, for now I will say list. Maybe I can say this is the text for ID. Here I want to put the ID, and here I want to put the title. We'll see how to do that, but this is how we are going to do it. Export default. This is to do items, not to do list screen, it's to do item screen. That's how we are going to do it. Okay, first thing, I have to go to the app. We'll have to add one more stack screen there. Okay, so coming back here, I will say this is to do item, and here it is to do item screen, and it's like to do item, not maybe selected to do item, whatever. Okay, so this is how we can do it. So now clicking on this, I want to go to do item. Okay, so to do this, we are coming back here and say props dot navigate to do item. So you click on that, you will go to do item. Something is not working. It's because I did not pass the props. Yes. Yep, that is what it's not missing. So you click on that, it is working. So it goes to the next screen, but it's not showing me the selected to do item here. Why? It's because I'm not sending it. So when you are saying navigate, along with this, you can also send the item. In a sense, you are sending the selected item here. This is the data that will be sent along with the name, and that data will be sent to the next component using props. You can go here and say console.props, console.log, props.params. Params is where we are going to get the data. So let me use D. Okay, it seems like we already have done that. So there is no point of reloading it. If I go back to here, I think here we will see if it is working, we will see the selected ID here. So if I do it, okay, if I do it, seems like it is not coming. Param or params? I think it's param. Let's see. Let's put the props directly. Let's see if it is going to do that job. Here it is. I got the data. Oh, sorry, it's in the root. So root to do item and then params. I'm so stupid. It's like the props dot root dot param. So there we will get the item, whatever data we have set here. Okay. So if I want to get that data, it's like maybe I can say to get that data, we can say const item is equals to props that root. Root is nothing but the current root. You see that here. root dot params dot item. So root dot params dot item. So this is the item. So you can put that item dot id, okay, and you can put that item dot title. You see, this is how we will do it. You can see that right here. It's already started loading it. So let's add padding of 20, maybe somewhere here, and let's add style for both of them, kind of say font size, which is going to be, say 20 is too big. Let's go for 18. That's it. You see, now I'm going to go back and click on this QO blah blah blah. Yeah, it's right. This is delected blah blah, whatever it is. Okay, maybe you can do this one as well. See, it is showing me all the data there. So it's exactly what we have done earlier in case of Android, guys. If you can recall, in Android, we would have done that by using intent, put extra, get string extra, and so on and so forth. Who needs it, If you can do that easily in case of React Native, who needs the Java? Who needs that other thing, It's damn simple. It's damn simple. Okay, guys, you got a picture here clear how the React Native can be used and how to use whatever concepts we have seen in React Native. Very good. I don't know whether you can appreciate it or not, but why you think like it is simple right now? It's because you already have learned React. Imagine that you are starting with React Native directly without learning React. What would have happened? You wouldn't have understood anything. You wouldn't have understood anything. I know that. That's the reason we asked you people to sit for React. So you will at least get the React concepts clear. And because of that, React Native, I told you, just an extension. All of these things are exactly similar. It's just few things here and there. Rest is React. Rest is React. Anyways, I think you got the picture clear here, right? So you can call that API using that Axios exactly the same way we have done that. The question, the application which I'm not showing you here is that notes application. I'm expecting you to take initiative and do it on your own. And if you face any challenge, let me know. We'll do that. We'll send a code directly there. Okay. Other than that, I'm not showing one more example, which is a Redux, because I already have shown all of these examples earlier. Look at the previous video and copy and paste the code. Literally copy and paste the code. Okay. Do this and tell me if you face any problem. Okay. So that way you can, manage all of this thing. It's not needed right now, but if you really want to, you can copy and paste that code and that will work as it is without a single line of change for Redux at least. Okay. Okay. So, okay. So probably things are really working fine here. Now we'll go to the last point here, as I said, and then we'll call it a day, which is nothing but the Android's architecture. This is one of the interview questions and one of the questions that you might see in your so-called exam. Okay, I'm going to go back here and inside the React nodes, I'm going to add the Android architecture here. So this is something like Android architecture. Very simple, very theoretical, but it's very important for you to understand that, as it's going to be a kind of interview question there. Now, when you talk about the Android's architecture, the Android architecture is splitted into 4 different layers. I mean, there are literally 4 layers there, and those 4 layers are kind of given by Android or given by the operating system, splitting it into 4 different functionalities. Okay, so number 1 is on top is something like an applications layer. All the applications run inside this layer. This is an applications layer. I'll talk about every single layer in details in a second, but this is the Android's applications layer. We need application frameworks in order to develop an application, and that's the reason there is an application frameworks for Java developers so that they can use the frameworks and develop the Java applications for Android. So that is an application frameworks layer. Next one is the libraries layer. I think it's going to be a little bit bigger here. because we have to show one more, the most important library rather. And this library has a special kind of appearance. It's called as a DVM, Dalvik Virtual Machine, which is kind of the Java virtual machine given for Android. So we'll see what is the requirement and why Google people have, Google developers rather, have thought of creating a new virtual machine for Android. Just a sec. Okay, so this is applications layer, this is the applications framework layer, okay, and this is the libraries layer. So this is called as the libraries layer. Inside the libraries layer, there are multiple libraries. We'll see which of them in a minute. And finally, another most important layer without which nothing is possible is called as the kernel. Maybe I'll call it as a Linux kernel. Surprised, it is Linux operating system. Yeah, it is. So sorry, Linux kernel. So this is the Linux kernel. It is using behind the scene as a kind of, it's a kind of, you can say the one which is driving entire Android here. So this is the Linux kernel. Okay, so this is the Android's architecture here. Now let us understand what are different things available, or what are different responsibilities of each layer. The responsibility of applications layer is to run the applications. Now when I say run the applications, there are two types of applications. One is the system applications and the another one is the user applications. In a sense, those cannot be deleted. Hopefully you can see that there are a few applications like settings, calendar, calculator, all of them cannot be deleted. So these are the system applications, and these can be installed or uninstalled as per your need. So whatever applications you download, maybe the ones user downloaded applications. User downloaded applications. Those are the user applications. So you cannot, if you look at the applications, you cannot delete one category of applications called as the system applications. And there is another category, which is kind of user applications, can be deleted, because this is something which is as per requirement, I'm going to download and configure here. Okay, now you know that this is an applications layer which is going to do the job of running the applications. To run the applications, we have to develop first. So it provides, maybe I can say it provides the Java frameworks for application development. Application development. For example, there is something called as Activity Manager. Oh, do you recall this, guys? Activity Manager. I think we have used that word earlier as well, right? Yes, there is something called as Activity Manager. There is something called as Package Manager, and there are many different managers available there. So that's a package manager. So all of them are the framework layer components which are provided for you to use that, and maybe you can provide the activities or provide the packages and so on and so forth. There are many actually. So there are many managers out there, like say there is a telephony manager, maybe there is a contact providers, and there are so many other things there. So this is a kind of applications framework. Application frameworks rather. So application framework is the one which is going to provide you the frameworks for development. Okay, the next one is pretty much important again. So this is going to be the libraries. Set of libraries which are going to provide you a way to call the kernel functions. Okay, so I'm going to talk about this first. This is the libraries part. Maybe you can say used to interact with kernel. Okay, used to interact with the kernel. So these guys are giving you a chance to talk to the kernel, or giving you a chance to call the kernel function. They are C or maybe C++ applications there. Behind the scene in operating system, these are the libraries which are C or C++ libraries. For example, again, there are many. Remember, we have used SQLite rather. So this is the SQLite library, which is provided in the application, in the libraries layer, which is used for persisting the data. So this is SQLite 3 precisely. This is the library, libSQLite, which is used for storing the data permanently. There is OpenGL. You must have heard about this. Open Graphics Library used for 3D game development. There is SSL, Secure Socket Layer, used for making your communication secure. There are so many other things like SGL, Standard Graphics Library. This is for 2D development generally. So there is a 2D for, this is the SGL for 2D and OpenGL for 3D development or 3D environment. These are all libraries out there, and these libraries will provide you an option to get a chance to provide you a chance to talk to the kernel. So they internally will call one or the other kernel functions. Now, why am I showing this separate component here? What's the benefit or what is the use of having this DVM? Why is it separated from the libraries layer? This is a part of libraries layer, but it is shown as a separate component there. Why? Is it so special? Yes, it is. So DVM stands for, it's Dalvik Virtual Machine. Dalvik Virtual Machine. So what happens here is, when we are talking about the Android development, you know that Android development will be done by using Java. And if you are doing it with the Java, that simply means you need a Java virtual machine. Now, when you talk about the JVM, JVM is developed for desktop, and it is a, you can say, memory-based or stack-based implementation. Let's say a Java virtual machine. So this is for the desktop, and the Dalvik virtual machine is for Android. Maybe I can say this is the JVM for Android. That's how you should look at it. So what is Dalvik? It's the JVM for Android. All Android applications are Java applications, and we need a Java virtual machine to run that. So that's the reason why we need that. So this is the JVM for desktop. Generally, this is called as the hotspot. So hotspot is the name of JVM Oracle provides for desktop. Okay. Now this has, let's say, 70% bytecodes and almost like 30% assembly code. So this is much faster than the JVM. Now JVM contains 100% bytecodes. So maybe I'll say that it contains 100% bytecodes. So when you know that when you are compiling your Java application, the Java application gets converted into bytecodes. So this is 100% bytecode when you are using Java virtual machine or JVM on desktop. But when you're using DVM, it's going to be 30% assembly code. And because there is an assembly code here, we don't have to convert it back to assembly because it's already in assembly. So it will take less time to execute the code, and it will execute your APK file a little bit faster than the desktop one. That's the reason why Google has provided this DVM or Dalvik virtual machine. Now, just for your understanding and just for your reference, just for your knowledge, this is another alternative provided for the DVM, which is called as ART, which is called as Android Runtime. So remember that there is another alternative provided for the DVM. It's called as ART or Android Runtime, which is even faster than DVM. So that's the reason why, even though you are developing a Java application and you are running it on a device where you are having less configuration of RAM and CPU, still it works there. Still you can play maybe a complex game or 3D games. It's just because of that Dalvik and ART. ART stands for Android Runtime. Excuse me. That is a library layer. So this is the library layer which provides you a chance to talk to the kernel layer. And finally, maybe this is the Android's last part, which is the kernel part, which is going to give you a chance to talk to the hardware, or it is going to abstract the mobile hardware. Sorry, this is the mobile hardware. Are you done with operating system, guys? Yes, so you know what kernel is, right? So kernel is something which is going to be the core part of operating system. You know that. Core part of Android operating system, right? It has a different jobs like process management. Then there is a scheduling, memory management, file system, otherwise. I mean, there are many different tasks a kernel provides, and these are the different options there. Exactly, memory management and stuff like that, okay? Okay, so this is an Android architecture there. So Android architecture has 4 layers. Layer number 1 is the applications. Layer number 2 is the application frameworks. Layer number 3 is the libraries. And layer number 4 is the Linux kernel. So remember, Linux kernel is the bottommost, which is going to do the hardware. Oh, how can I forget the most important job of an operating system's kernel? It is called as HAL. What is HAL, guys? What is HAL? Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Am I right? Of course not. HAL stands for Hardware Abstraction Layer, right? What is that hardware abstraction layer? Hardware abstraction layer is nothing but, let me write it here. It's nothing but collection of device drivers. I hope you know, yeah? This is a device drivers collection. That's it. So when we talk about the DVM, I mean, it's very important to know that when we talk about the DVM, 70% will be the bytecode and 30% will be the assembly code. I mean, how is it possible? It is possible because, just a sec, should I? Okay, it is possible because of this. Now, when we talk about something called as an Android application, oh, wait a second. I think I already have the diagram here, just a sec. I don't want to waste your and my time to do the same thing here. Just a sec. I have that diagram here. Somewhere, I think last, where can I find it? I'll share these documents as well. These are for the last batch. Sorry, this is not the one for you. I know I have written it somewhere. I'm not able to recall it. Where did I create that diagram? Here it is, exactly. So this is the one. I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to literally copy this, and this is the one I want to copy. I'll provide all of these copies as well. So you will have, the other things, especially when you are studying for, the other things, or if you want to go for them, then probably you will have a better option here to study them here. What the hell? There is no way I can paste it here. Okay, leave it. I'll share the document with you then. It's okay. So it seems like I cannot just copy and paste it here. So probably I will go back to the diagram itself, because it's very well written. I mean, it took yesterday's course as well. Yes, Vishal, I'll share that as well. Okay, let us understand this diagram then. See, when you are talking about the Android application gets built. This is called as a building process. So what happens in Android building? Well, the building process is what I'm trying to show you here. Now, when we are talking about the Android application, any Android application has 2 types of files. One is called as the resource files, and the other one is called as the source files. Source files means the application source code, and there's another file called as r.java, which is the one with which we can refer all the drawables and all the resources there. So all the source code files get converted by using JavaC compiler into .class. You know that .class file. This is Java, After they get converted to the Java, this is for JVM. We talked about that just a minute before, that there are 2 types of JVMs available, JVM for desktop and JVM for Android. JVM for desktop is what that class is made for, but I don't want to run that on desktop. I want to run that for on the Dalvik, and that's the reason there is another compiler called as DX. It will be used to compile this dot class into .dex. .dex file stands for Dalvik executable, DEX, Dalvik executable. So these source files get converted into .dex file, which is nothing but Dalvik executable, and that will be copied to the APK. Other than that, you see, if you are having all the source files, XMLs, audio, video, and so on and so forth, out of them, the XML files will get compiled or will get converted to the binary by using AAPT, Android Asset Packaging Tool. This is the one which is going to compile the XML files. Now, it compiles XML files into a compiled XML file. I didn't mention this here. The name of it is something called as resources.arsc. ARSC stands for archived resources. A for archived, RSC for resources, archived resources. Okay, so when we are talking about all the resource files, those resource files will be generated or will be compiled using AAPT into resources.arsc. So those copied ARSC, those compiled ARSC, or you can say all the resources plus all the images, audio, video file, because they cannot be compiled to binary, they are already in binary, will be copied here. The DEX file will be copied here, and Android manifest or XML, which is again in the binary format, will be used here. And there is a tool which is called as APK Builder, will club all of them and will create an APK file here. This APK file is called as unsigned file. You cannot directly use this file for installation in the device. One sec. We cannot use this unsigned file for installation in the device. So this file need to go under the signing process. It uses a new tool provided by Java called as jar signer, which uses digital certificate in order to sign this file, and that file now can be installed in your device. So basically, the signed APK file can be installed in the device, not the unsigned APK file. So unsigned APK, maybe using jar signer, using digital certificate, will get signed, and then you can send that to the device. If you want to upload that to Play Store, you are going to go, you are going to use another utility called as a zip align, and that zip align will literally remove all the debugging symbols and will make your the executable size or APK file size a little bit smaller, and that will be kind of placed into the Play Store. See, this is where the Play Store upload will come into picture. So finally, once you are done writing your entire code, your all files will get converted into APK. Your APK file will get signed, zip align, and then it will go to the Play Store. And from here, anyone can download and install on his or her phone. Are we going to see how to upload applications on Play Store? Of course, yes. When? After your exam. So you finish your exam. I'm planning a couple of more sessions like I promised for React. I'm going to do the same thing for Android as well. Little bit advanced topics. You don't need them for your so-called exams. That's the reason why we are just focused only on those points which are needed for your so-called exams. After that, we're going to talk about the Play Store uploading. We'll talk about some advanced cases and all of that stuff. Yes, I want you to get placed as quickly as possible. And that's the reason I'm going to show you all of these things which you can or you will need in your future when you go to any of the companies. Okay. Yes, that's how we are going to do it. Maybe later after your exam. Okay. Yes. Who's that? The Payal, Flutter, something that you have to do on your own now, because it's going to be exactly similar to React Native. Just I'll pass on the notes for that. Just again write a simple application. I don't have the environment set up here, so probably you can give it a try. I'm going to send all the notes for the Flutter and whatever you are going to see or whatever is needed for your so-called exam only for the Flutter. Okay, so you can expect that maybe later tomorrow or max day after tomorrow, and probably you will be able to read that for your so-called exam. But after your exam, we are definitely going to go with a little bit advanced topics, so be ready with that. And again, it's optional part. If you want, you can attend them. If not, it's fine, it's up to you. Anyway, so that is how we wanted to see that application coming to life when I talked about something called as React. Okay, I mean, if you ask me, I would just go on and on about the React Native, but I think it's not needed for your so-called exam, so we don't have to worry about this for now. Just focus on your exam, get the things done, and then probably once you are done with that, we'll talk about some advanced topics. Okay, and when I say advanced topics, literally it will be a complete application we are going to develop, and we'll put that on Play Store. That's what the plan is. Of course, there'll be a React part. I will ask you to also sit for that React advanced website, or maybe the complete website as we promised last time for the e-commerce application. Plus e-commerce mobile React application will share some code there, and then we'll upload that to Play Store. That is the plan. Will take a week, I know, but it's for the after the exam, so we don't worry about that. Okay, so I think better we can call it a day. I'm going to take a leave now. If you have any question, if you have any doubt, if you want something from my side, let me know. We'll provide you as quickly as possible. By the time you study this, you will receive a Flutter documentation, not documentation, Flutter notes. I'm going to did I give you the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Angular notes? Yes, right, very good. So I'll provide all of them if it is not there. I think I already have done that, but if not, just let me know. We'll provide that as well. Okay, fine. So this is all about it already. Exactly. So this is all about it. If possible, I'll send the React notes as well. React notes will take some time because I need to sit on it, and then we'll have to finish that. So it will take some time, but I mean, you can expect the React notes maybe for in the next week or so, and probably it will be kind of I mean, you will be kind of ready for your so-called exam. Okay. Okay, then again, thank you very much, guys, for attending today's session. I know it was Sunday, but still you plan to come. You stayed till the last minute. I really appreciate your efforts, and probably yes, I will talk to you again after your exam with some advanced topics. See you later. Bye bye. Have a very great day ahead, and again, best of luck for your exam. Okay, thank you very much.